This is the clerk in the chamber. We are still working out with the technical difficulties, so just bear with us for a bit longer. Thank you. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is sound working on YouTube? Let's try one more time just to confirm the audio is working on YouTube and Slick. Teams and city clerks, can you confirm again? Thanks. So testing 1, 2, 3. Checking chamber is good on YouTube and Slick. Thank you. Double checking one more time. Can you hear us on YouTube and Slick? Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Okay, Council, we are going to resume. I understand that we've resolved our tech issues, and so I believe where we left off was that Councillor Maloney, I believe you were in the midst of a question. So if you want to put yourself back on the queue, that would be fantastic. Thank you. I'll let you continue your questions. If also, could we make sure that Councillor Montague knows that we've resumed, and Councillor Kirby Young as well. Thank you. But Councillor Maloney, go ahead.
Yeah, so the question was about the downtown BIA study that showed that traffic safety infrastructure is good for business.
Thank you. Maybe I'll reintroduce myself, Paul Sir, Director of Transportation. Yeah, following the implementation of the Horton Dunsmuir bike lanes, the Downtown Business Improvement Association did a whole new plan for themselves, Reimagine Downtown. As part of that, they recognized that it was really important for streets to be calmer and safer and for people to be able to get to downtown in a lot of different ways, including walking and cycling.
Thanks very much. So we've seen a comparative lack of investment in South and East Vancouver in terms of cycling and traffic calming infrastructure over many years. What will this plan do for those parts of the city?
So our goal is to use this plan as a real tool to be able to build on the analysis we're doing and really focus our safety funding in particular on the locations in the city that need it the most. So we'll be looking across the city using our updated analysis from the consultant and really trying to find those spots where we can make, where our investments go the furthest.
Great. I've seen studies that show that average speeds in the city of Vancouver are around 40 kilometres per hour once you take into account traffic lights and congestion. So there's likely to be little impact on overall travel times, but a reduction in collisions by moderating upper travel speeds. Is that the case?
Yeah, and that we've seen in other cities. So other cities that have lowered speed limits either broadly or on certain streets. see a reduction in collisions and injuries and fatalities, but see a very moderate decrease, or sorry, a moderate increase in travel time. So we looked at, one good one is that there's a meta study of, I think it's about 40 European cities that have lowered speed limits, and they saw a big reduction in fatalities, a reduction in noise, and only saw like a 3 to 5% increase in travel time, so a minute or two on a trip.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good. In terms of data collection, there are. I know that we want to rely heavily on data collection and data analysis, but we can't easily measure how many people decide to drive rather than walk or cycle, or people that decide not to let kids walk by themselves around their neighbourhood or to and from school. And you know that we have the most cyclists crash on 10th, but we have very few on arterial road, but that's more because people are simple and avoid the risk. So how do we take that into account? The report says we want to rely heavily on data.
Yeah, absolutely. So part of the plan is to continue to build our active travel network, providing safe, comfortable routes for people to be able to walk and bike around the city is really critical. So that's part of this plan as well.
So we don't just rely on crash data to decide where to do things. We're also anticipating where we want people to have safe access to.
Exactly. That's another part of it.
Great. So what's the hold up on rolling out traffic calming infrastructure across the city? What are we being limited by? Because 1 or 2 neighbourhoods a year doesn't seem like a lot. Is this of staff capacity, budget capacity?
Yeah, it's kind of both of those. We didn't really have a neighborhood traffic calming program other than speed humps for about a decade. So as we've gotten back into, we've tried to be nimbler in terms of working with community to address neighborhood traffic issues. But we have pretty limited resources and funding right now. It is something we could scale up if council were interested in that.
Great. Thanks very much. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to start with priority, and I think obviously it varies by route. Can you, sometimes we hear from people, obviously there's trades, right? They see changes in their neighborhoods with parking, access, etc. Can you give us a little bit of perspective of, people say that only shaves a minute or two on a ride, like why that is important in terms of the transit riders?
Yeah, bus priority is really important to keep transit moving smoothly. So if we do bus priority well, it not only improves travel times, but improves reliability. You're planning a transit trip, you plan for kind of the longest it might take you. So if we can make the reliability better, that can be super helpful. But you're also talking about a bus with often 100 people on it. And that extra few minutes can really add up if you look at the overall time savings for that number of people.
Okay. Versus, but I mean, do you have a specifically when people say, well, it's only a couple minutes for each person's trip?
Sorry, pardon me?
Do you have a comment specifically to sort of some of the feedback we hear? Well, it's only a couple of minutes for each individual person's trip
On transit?
on saving, but with putting in a bus route. I hear this comment a lot.
Yeah, so it really does add up when you have a lot of people. It also is important for, like, it's a big investment to run bus service, so it also reducing a few minutes can really help reduce operating costs for TransLink as well. But if you think of a bus with 100 people on it, if you save 5 minutes, that's kind of 500 minutes for that vehicle. And people can plan. It makes buses more competitive with driving with other modes of transportation. It really is that way that we can move kind of the most people on our city streets. And just improving that experience and flow for buses is just really critical to keep our city moving.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to switch speeds a little bit. In terms of speed reduction, what has the conversation been like? Because regardless of whatever speed limit you post, 50, 40, 30, the issue oftentimes is non-conforming to the posted speed limit. So what conversations have we had, for example, with VPD or around compliance? Because given the city's still going to have to post speed maximums are responsible for doing that. We would have different limits on different types of roads and different areas and neighborhoods of the city. It's like saying you should wear helmets with scooters, and I see lots of people riding without helmets, and I see lots of people speeding despite having maximum speed. So what kind of conversations or measures are we taking around that?
Yes, we've had good conversations with VPD about the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan. Enforcement is only one tool that we have to reduce speeds. One of the things that we're kind of doing by keeping 50-kilometer-per-hour speed limits on all the streets across the city is we're saying it's reasonable to drive at this speed. There's a lot of major streets around the city. We actually see reasonable drivers driving slower than that, but sometimes they feel under pressure to get to that 50 kilometers
What's
per
wrong
hour.
with driving 50 kilometers if someone's adhering to the speed limit on an arterial and they're stopping at the lights and they're following, and there's good road design and they're following all of the all of the rules of the road, so to speak?
Yeah, so if we reduce speeds, we see a big reduction in fatalities. So if a pedestrian's hit at 50 kilometers per hour, they have an 85% chance of dying. If they're hit at 30 kilometers per hour, they have a 15% chance of dying. If we can reduce the speeds even by a few kilometers per hour, if there is a collision, we can really reduce fatalities.
So have we studied, because we have reduced speeds on the feeder collector streets, for example, and yet our fatalities are remaining pretty consistent. And in fact, last year went from like 1.9 to 2.2. So why isn't that? Why isn't that having the impact? Because you said if we reduce speeds, we will have less fatalities.
Sorry, on which streets?
On our collector streets, reduced everything to 30 kilometers.
So
Council gave that direction.
we reduce speeds on local streets. Are you talking about the local
Yeah.
streets? Yeah, so we've started reducing the speeds to 30 kilometers per hour across the city on local streets. 90% of our fatalities and serious injuries are on major streets across the city, which is why it's important now to kind of focus on speeds and speed limits on major streets.
I'm out of time, but if I guess I question why are we putting limits in on streets where we didn't have issues then? It's okay. I'm going to leave it there unless we have a second round.
We can move it around. I think, Warren, we may have done that at the last week. But, I was allowing you a bit of time to get the answer there. Did you want to move a second round?
I'm out of time. Thanks.
Okay, I'll move a second round in the event there's further questions. Moved, seconded, all in favor? I didn't see hands there, so council, sorry, I need to know. Thank you, that carries. Okay, I'm just going to advance myself because just a couple of questions. Just noting in the report the discussion around downtown streets, really looking at maybe 40K. I think there's a natural flow already. We're seeing that in terms of a cadence because of the density downtown. I noted in other cities that instead of reduced speeds, they let pedestrian zones, so alerting drivers to this is, for example, a high pedestrian area. For example, if you look at Robson Street as a shopping retail area, and so there's signage for motorists to know you're entering an area of high pedestrians. Is that something we've looked at or considered?
Yeah, we can look at that as well. We have a lot of signage and there's a lot of queues, streets like Robson, that there are going to be a lot of pedestrians around. One of the issues on a site like Robson is that if you think about it driving 50 kilometers per hour there most of the time, there's a lot of friction, there's a lot of pedestrians. Driving 50 doesn't kind of make sense, and a lot of people don't want to drive 50, but some people feel kind of under pressure to drive faster because you do have that higher speed limit. So we can look at multiple ways to communicate what a safer, lower speed is.
Okay, I appreciate that. My other question, I think this is from page 23 of the report. The reference around busy intersections. I think I wrote down, this is from last week, 2/3, 64% of collisions are happening at intersections. And sorry, this is from last week. I was making notes and around referencing the complexity of heavy vehicles, turning movements, and fewer incidents happening in sort of mid-block. So really a higher concentration of collisions and incidents at those intersections. Can you comment on how we're would be putting attention on those intersections? Because that seemed to be highlighted in the report.
Yeah, so about 2/3 of pedestrian collisions were at intersections. That's where we see a lot of the conflicts. We are going to be looking at better tools to try to minimize those conflicts. We've had a good recent success at some higher pedestrian collision locations by really improving the crosswalk markings. So things like that can be very helpful. Protected turn phases where it makes sense can be helpful. So one of the things we want to do coming out of this plan and complete our analysis is really digging into our toolkit and figuring out where we can best improve safety for all modes by looking at those specific locations and what we can do to reduce those conflicts.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of time, I'll leave that. I'll ask Councillor Maloney, and just a note to council, I will be transitioning Councillor Kirby Young coming to chair because I have to step away for a brief period. But I'll advance Councillor Maloney, and I will transition closer to 4:30. Go ahead, Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. So if we reduce speeds, we reduce the severity of crashes and we improve the likelihood of stopping time to avoid a crash altogether. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So if we reduce speed, we see fewer collisions and those collisions are less severe.
Yeah. And what are ways, obviously enforcement is effective when we can get it, or automated enforcement, so speed and red light cameras. But what are other ways that we can use to influence drivers to reduce their speeds?
Thank you. Yeah, so street design is a factor. It can be, if you think about a street that has wide lanes, there's a straight shot down the streets, those tend to have higher speeds along the corridors. If we can figure along a corridor, if we can figure out how to just introduce some narrower lanes and some friction and some horizontal deflection, for example, that can really reduce speeds. You can see it on streets around Vancouver where we've put in things like median islands, pedestrians. It just causes vehicles to slow down around those. On corridors, particularly where we have a green wave for signal timing. So particularly like the one-way streets downtown, like Dunsmuir and Smythe and Nelson. If we, at the same time we reduce the speed limits, we also reduce how those signals work. So you don't have to drive at 50 to catch the green wave. You're driving at 40 to catch the green wave. That can also reduce speeds. And there's just a number of tools that we can look at as we design streets to reduce those speeds. One of the things we found looking at other cities is just reducing the speed has an impact on traffic safety, whether or not you're increasing enforcement. If you add increased enforcement onto that, you get an added benefit. But even just reducing the speed limit can reduce fatalities and serious injuries.
And some of the non-enforcement options are counterintuitive, aren't they? So when it feels more dangerous for drivers, it's actually safer because they go slower, like removing the central barrier on the Granville Bridge.
Yeah, and we've looked at this on a number of corridors. If you think about like 12th Avenue, just kind of east of Fraser Street. West of Fraser Street, it's very narrow. You have the trees right by the travel lanes. You have very narrow lanes, and we compare that to a few blocks to the east where you don't have the trees, it widens out. We saw a few more collisions on the narrow part, but fewer serious injuries. So people know they need to be more careful, and we see less injuries and fatalities in that kind of environment.
Right, thank you. Is there any doubt at all that reducing speeds reduces the number and severity of crashes?
No, there's no doubt about it.
Great, thanks. I'll leave it there, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Council. That concludes questions from Council. We will now move to... Oh, yes, you did. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Thank you. Sir, and just on the subject of slower speeds, now I understand that slower speeds don't necessarily mean slower traffic, that on arterials it can be used to facilitate improved traffic flow. Can you explain how that works? Because it seems counterintuitive.
Yeah, so if you think about traffic flow, if everyone's traveling very fast, you need to leave a big gap between them and the car in front of them. So when you reduce speeds, you can actually narrow those gaps and fit more traffic through. In an urban environment, you also tend to see, lots of signals, and, often a car traveling up to this limit is just doing that to get into the next queue anyway. So by slowing the speeds along some of those corridors, you can just get smoother traffic flow as well.
So, okay, so there's a science to this that actually not only improves life safety outcomes in the, unfortunate event of a collision with a human, but also can actually facilitate better traffic flow, movement of goods and services, that kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah.
Okay, cool. No, I appreciate that. Thanks for the clarity.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. That concludes questions from council. We're now going to move on to from registered speakers. And our first speaker today is Margie Sanderson. Okay. She was scheduled to be in person, but not here. Speaker number 2 is Reconvening. On the phone?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Reconvening. I'm a Vancouver resident and a transportation professional, and I am speaking to you in support of the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan. The plan provides a credible, attainable path to eliminating road fatalities in Vancouver while maintaining and even enhancing mobility for all road users, an entirely achievable goal for a city serious about promoting public safety. And proposes a number of measures that will reward law-abiding road users and discourage dangerous behaviors while creating livable, walkable neighborhood streets and educating kids to become lifelong sustainable road users. But most importantly, this plan is rooted in science and evidence. Road safety is fundamentally a speed and geometry issue, and there is simply no room for dispute that if properly funded and staffed by this and future councils, this plan will save lives and will be effective through design and enforcement. The plan's recommendations are widely endorsed by modern standards and best practices, with many elements drawn straight out of guidance prepared by NACTO, the Transportation Association of Canada, and the Ministry of Transportation. When implemented both in Vancouver and in peer jurisdictions, they have resulted in marked decreases in road injuries and fatalities, as well as reductions in high-risk driving behavior. Unless anyone falsely claimed that there is no local data to back this report, the city's own cycling and pedestrian safety studies commissioned by this council in 2012 paint a compelling picture backed by rigorous evidence of the need for action and readily obvious solutions. All in all, the evidence is frankly overwhelming. It is rigorous, it is up to date, it is drawn from both local and global sources, and it permeates the recommendations of this plan. That is why, in the past few days, everyone from planners and professional engineers to emergency room physicians and transportation safety researchers have written to the council to support this plan. The choice couldn't be clearer. Staff recommends it, the public supports it, and the evidence compels it. Last year, when faced with a similar choice, a councillor on the North Shore said, and I quote, "We don't need to go for the gold standard of road safety." Unfortunately, this odious view carried the day then, and essential safety-enhancing infrastructure was deferred indefinitely for want of political support. On this side of the inlet, we can't let that wrong attitude carry the day today. Honorable councillors, I urge you to act now and endorse the gold standard of road safety that this plan represents. We can make a real positive change in trajectory for road safety in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, speaker number 3 in person, Cheng Yang Boon. Not in the chamber. Okay, speaker number 4, Kristen Cook. Yes, here. Welcome. Please go ahead when you're ready. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kristen Cook. I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant, and I support the approval of this safe mobility plan. As a musician and a music educator, I travel all over our beautiful city working in different communities. Most of the time I take transit, but I also bike, walk, and use car share programs. Like many of us, I experience the city as a pedestrian and a driver. First, I want to talk about my work at an after-school music program in the downtown east side, St. James Music Academy. We welcome hundreds of school-aged children for a meal, community, and free music lessons, a block from East Hastings and Main Street. My students love this program, but getting there after school can be dangerous. Many of them walk from their schools in Strathcona, which requires these students, some as young as 6 years old, to cross East Hastings Street. This report names Hastings as the deadliest pedestrian corridor in the province, which makes me very worried about my students' safe arrival every day. The Safe Mobility Plan's proposal to quickly redesign East Hastings and enforce lower speeds through infrastructure will have an immediate impact on these kids' safety. Secondly, some councillor questions last week touched on valid concern for delivery workers. I just wanted to speak to that. Lower speeds make streets safer for all road users, including these workers. For delivery people using mobility like scooters and bikes, lower speeds reduce the likelihood of sidewalk riding since they will feel safer using the streets. Also, for people using motor vehicles, travel times are not meaningfully impacted. Delivery time for those delivery workers actually becomes more predictable due to fewer emergency delays from fewer crashes. Parking and merging, which are very important for delivery drivers, and their frequent stops become easier, safer, and less stressful, since drivers can more easily judge gaps between moving vehicles. This plan affects all of us, no matter how we get around our city. I urge you all to vote thinking not only about things like speed and minutes saved on commutes, but about people's lives and potential dangerous injuries that can happen, and also the guilt that can happen if you are a driver who accidentally causes a crash. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for speaking today. We'll be moving to our next speaker, speaker number 5, Devin McClelland, by phone. And just a reminder to all speakers in person or on the phone to just monitor your pacing for the interpreter, just so that they can do the signing. So thank you. Devin McClelland.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, go ahead, Devin.
Thank you. Hello, Council. My name is Devin McClelland, resident of Renfrew Collingwood neighborhood in East Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support of the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan. For the past 10 years, I've worked in the delivery and logistics industry with Shift Delivery Co-op and Vancouver Bike Share, also known as Mobi. So as you can guess, I've spent a considerable amount of time walking, cycling, and driving in the city of Vancouver as a delivery worker, trainer, and supervisor. I have personal experience driving large cargo vans around the city to move Mobi bikes, and my experience with Vision Zero strategies has only been positive. Things like lower speed limit, no right on red, pedestrian advanced crossings, and protected bike lanes. They're positive and helpful for people who drive, like me. They help reduce conflict and lower risk by keeping street users organized. Some of you previously asked how this plan would affect trades and delivery workers, and so I wanted to share a little bit more about that. Lower speed limits and safer street design is not a considerable nuisance for delivery work. Instead, other things like construction, vehicle crashes, access to loading zones and parking, building access and design, think elevators, route planning, land use planning, where is the business located originally, and customer requirements, all have a significantly higher impact on operating costs for trades and delivery workers and businesses. If you would like to improve this plan from a delivery perspective, I recommend maybe looking at ways to expand loading zone access to prevent large vehicles from parking illegally and blocking sightlines. Think large UPS delivery truck in the middle of the street. These sightlines are supposed to keep people safe, and they're not always followed due to a lack of loading zones. This could fall under strategy 2, or maybe it's appropriate for a different city strategy. Finally, from what I've heard in the news, this council is quite concerned about public safety. To councillors who are on the fence with this plan, I encourage you to view this road safety plan with the same value and urgency as you do with other public safety measures. Please vote yes to the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan, and please do not water it down. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Our next speaker is Sean Workman. Welcome, Sean.
Hello, my name is Sean Workman. I'm a resident of Vancouver. Thank you. And I'm here to speak in support of the proposed Vision Zero Mobility Plan. To give context as to why I care so deeply about this issue, 4 years ago, almost exactly to the day, I was riding my bike on the gravel roads outside of Regina when I was hit by and dragged underneath a minivan. Don't really have any memories of the day, other than the intense heat and smell of the running engine that I was pinned underneath and the sound of my own voice screaming, begging for the driver to stop. I don't know how often any of the councillors here make it out to the Queen City, But I can assure you that on the outskirts of Regina, there are essentially zero buildings, obstacles, or even curves in the road that could possibly obstruct your view of a cyclist or a yield sign on a clear sunny day. Yet I still spent 2 weeks in the hospital recovering and feel the effects of that to this day. In Vancouver, cyclists are confronted by drivers that are speeding, distracted, speeding and distracted, or just outright hostile to our existence. And you combine that with the difficult sight lines that are regularly an issue in densely populated urban areas and the often lacking infrastructure that currently exists to protect cyclists and pedestrians alike. It can often feel like you're gambling with your life when you go cycling in the city. Driver in the prairies can't avoid someone like me. What chance do cyclists in the city have to navigate the busy intersections that this plan identifies as the most dangerous? And as luck would have it, in between signing up to speak and actually getting here to do so, I was hit by a car again, this time in Kitsilano, when a delivery truck driver ran through a stop sign. It was the middle of the day. I was on a designated bike route. I had my bright flashing light that you can see from a kilometer away, doing all the things that you're supposed to do to make sure that it doesn't happen, and I still got hit again. I got very lucky, but someone smaller than me or a child would have had a very different and much more tragic outcome. Approving the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan would represent a clear commitment from the city to protect the lives and livelihoods of Vancouver's most vulnerable road users. The Safe Systems approach in this plan reflects what has been done in other cities around the world that have achieved dramatic reductions in traffic fatalities. These are not hypotheticals. The real-world data are clear that implementation of the recommended actions in this plan can and will save lives. So I'm urging Council to approve this plan today. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean, and thanks for sharing your personal experience. I'm very sorry that happened to you. My next speaker on the list is speaker number 7, Ian McPhail Bartley, by phone.
Speaker 7's not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 8, Michelle Spencer.
I'm here.
Hi, go ahead, Michelle. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle Spencer. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I am calling to support this motion. I'm also a volunteer with Vision Zero Vancouver, an organization that advocates for safer streets for all road users. In fact, it was en route to one of our monthly meetings when I was struck by a car. While it was a relatively minor crash, it totaled my bike, and I'm not kidding when I say that my back has never been the same since. However, ultimately, I am back on my bike today, and I'm able to continue to pursue my active lifestyle due to the fact that the driver was going very slowly. I was struck at the intersection of an existing bike route and a slow street. Had the driver been going faster, my recovery would have been much longer, or the outcome would have been much worse. This plan gives the safety of slower streets to more people across the city. This doesn't only benefit pedestrians and cyclists, it benefits everyone. While people outside of cars are more severely impacted by collisions with vehicles, drivers and passengers are at risk in high-speed incidents, and higher speeds mean more property damage as well. I'm sure that many of you know someone who has been impacted by a vehicle collision, whether that was a fender bender that resulted in hours of time lost to getting their car repaired, or a more serious crash where the consequences were much more significant. We don't have to live this way, fearing road drivers and being anxious behind the wheel. These behaviors and build in the wiggle room that we need so that when a failure occurs, it doesn't have to lead to a fatality. A lot of the interventions proposed do not need to be expensive. We can use quick build methods to change our streets to make them safer for everyone. Waiting until there is enough funding for massive infrastructure changes means that people are at risk for longer. As our cities grow, we need to invest in transportation that scales. That means getting more people walking, cycling, and using public transportation whenever possible. We need safer streets, protected sidewalks and bike routes, and efficient public transportation. While I was able to use our existing slow streets network, even that did not keep me safe. This plan gives the city the tools it needs to move towards a safer transportation system for everyone. I invite you to think about how a plan like this would help your neighbors feel safer when walking to the grocery store or riding with their kids to the local park. Think about the last time you had a close call while driving and how you felt in that moment. Everyone deserves to get home safely every day. Let's make that happen in Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Adam Hawk. Is Adam here? No. Speaker number 10, Stanley Lee. No. Speaker number 11, Hakon Coyote.
Speaker 11 is not on the line.
Speaker number 12 is withdrawn. Speaker number 13, Anna Twomlau. No. Speaker number 14, Chantel Grant.
Hi there.
Hi, Chantel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and guests. My name is Dr. Chantel Grant, and I am a trauma surgeon at Vancouver General Hospital. I'm here to speak in support of the new Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan, both as a resident of Vancouver, as well as a parent, a trauma surgeon, and on behalf of my colleagues at VGH. In my line of work, I have to unfortunately see the consequences of failure in our transportation system every day. I care for patients with life-changing injuries after road crashes. These are people who are simply walking, cycling, or trying to get home. I've had to tell families that a loved one won't survive their injuries. And even for our patients who ultimately do recover, the costs of a prolonged hospital stay or their inability to work from their injuries produces an immense societal cost. These injuries are not accidents. They are predictable and preventable outcomes. The Safe Systems approach outlined in this plan recognizes that people can make mistakes, but we can still design our system in a way so that these mistakes don't cost someone their life. In healthcare, this is often our goal to do something similar. We try to build in layers of protection into the system to prevent catastrophic outcomes from human errors, which are inevitable. We should approach road safety in the same way. This plan does that by addressing safe speeds as well as safe street design and prioritizing vulnerable road users in a really holistic way. Reducing speed on the roads is one of the most powerful tools that we have for reducing severe injury and death, and this was mentioned in the presentation that speed determines the likelihood of an injury occurring as well as the injury severity. As was mentioned, a pedestrian struck at 50 kilometers per hour is 8 times more likely to be killed than someone struck at 30, and children and older adults are particularly at high risk of death in these collisions. So reducing speeds on major roads, continuing to enact a 30 kilometer per hour local street speed limit, and implementing physical traffic calming measures are all important actions that are outlined in the plan. Information gathering is also critical for preventing the next injury, and learning from our data is exactly how we should approach road safety. So I'm encouraged to see a commitment to investigating every traffic fatality and to responding with engineering, enforcement, education, and legislative changes. On that note of using our knowledge, I just want to emphasize the importance of focusing on road safety in the downtown east side, as is outlined in the plan, where Hastings Street is the highest pedestrian collision corridor in the province. We also know that people who are unhoused are disproportionately represented amongst our trauma patients, which makes this an urgent equity and safety issue. And finally, just as a parent of 2 young children, I think about whether my children will be safe walking or biking in this city. As a trauma surgeon, I can tell you the injuries we see are preventable, and every family in Vancouver deserves to feel safe and confident that their loved ones will come home at the end of the day. A strong Vision Zero strategy will save lives, so I urge you to support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Our next speaker is speaker number 15, Courtney Eckhart.
Hello. My name is Courtney Eckhart. I live in Vancouver, and I support the adoption of the Vision Zero plan. I'm disabled, and I use a mobility scooter. This makes me harder to see, and it means that the consequences of being hit by a car will be worse for me. My torso will definitely be directly hit in a crash, and that means the injuries will be more serious, and death is much more likely. So, on a purely personal level, I hope that you pass this plan. On a societal level, I think that one of the most important things we can do is to take care of each other. This plan is a set of steps that will allow us to protect our friends, neighbors, and family from injuries and death. It will also allow us to protect friends, neighbors, and family from the risk that we could cause another person's injury or death. Finally, Mayor Sim, members of the Council, this would be an extraordinary legacy of your service to the people of Vancouver. one more thing that would make our wonderful city the envy of people everywhere. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Speaker number 16 is Christopher Lee. Is Christopher here? No. Speaker number 17, Teresa Leung.
Speaker 17's not on the line.
Speaker number 18, Nav Sharma. No.
No.
Nope. Speaker number 19, Alex Yafenge.
No, not on the line.
Speaker number 20, John Irwin.
Yes, good afternoon, Council.
Hi, John. Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to address Council.
Great. Thanks, Chair D'Amato and members of the committee. Ironically, I'm just down 1 block away, but didn't make it. I just wanted to speak to, the fact that our city has good bones. Part of the reason that we have a better fatality rate than some of the bigger Western Canadian cities like Calgary and Edmonton is we didn't have a freeway happen, which I think made a big difference, and we kept our pre-1960s road framework pretty much intact. Also want to shout out to Councillor Fry for stepping up with the 30K speed limit idea, and that's been expanded. I think it's great. Like other speakers, I wanted to relate something to you, because pretty soon I'm going to join a different cohort. In the summer, I'll be in the senior citizen category. But the other day on Oak Street, I almost didn't get there. What happened at one intersection at around 27th and Oak was we pressed a button. We were walking our bikes down the sidewalk to get to the road, and the light went red. We got our walk light. I went to go across, and if I hadn't been a skilled cyclist and kind of heard the car coming, I wouldn't have jammed on my brakes, and my 17-year-old son was right behind me. And I did that, and the car raced right by me, blew through a red light. Now, I know regulation, even speed limits can't stop that kind of crazy reckless driving, but I do think it can really reduce the prospect for that to happen. I'd also like you to think about our city and how it's changed. I'm right now down on 10th Avenue, and there's all kinds of cyclists and, the great, electric scooter program you've put in, people on their own electric bikes, people on electric scooters that are their own and are on the shared electric scooter system, the shared bike system. There's just so much more active transport happening, and I think we need to pass this plan to make it as safe as possible for everyone. The other thing I'd like to note is the numbers from the VPD traffic section actually note that drivers get killed a lot in terms of overall numbers, not injuries, fatalities. They actually outnumber by number cyclists, and as someone who's done numbers forever, I know it's a false equivalency because there's so many more drivers. But I think this would also increase safety for drivers, especially older drivers who are more fragile and more susceptible to injury as they age. So I'd encourage you to support this plan. I think it has many, many elements, almost too many to name, that are going to make the city a safer city for all of us, all road users, and that needs to be highlighted. It won't just help the most vulnerable, especially the pedestrians. It'll definitely help them, but it'll help the drivers as well. Thanks for your time today, and good luck with your deliberations. Take care.
Thank you, John. Council, just because we're getting closer to 5, I have a couple of suggestions for consideration. We have to I'll start with the first suggestion, which is because we started late and we had some technical issues, would council be amenable to going till 5:30 and then breaking for dinner? Is one question. And if that was the case, we would potentially come back at 6:15 because we have to give staff about 45 minutes break. Otherwise, we can simply stop at 5 and do our usual break. But I was going to suggest, because we have a few people in person, so I'm just looking for a pulse check. Feel free to put yourself on the queue, but I was going to propose that we go till 5:30 and then break for a 45-minute dinner. Councillor Maloney, then Councillor Maloney.
I might wait to hear from Councillor Fry because I understand he has a stuff to get to.
Okay, Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I have an LOA from 3 o'clock. I'm just here to help out, and I do have to split at 5:30. So I'm happy to stay till 5:30 and give you guys a break for quorum if that's necessary.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Maloney, then Councillor Kirby-Young.
In that case, I'm very happy to stay till 5:30 and resume at 6:15.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have a commitment on the dinner hour, so I won't be staying, but if council wants to go ahead in my absence, feel free.
Okay. And then you'd be coming back after. I'm not sure what the. So good to break at 5:30. Dinner break till 6:15.
Yeah, I will miss speakers because I have a commitment that I committed to.
Okay,
So.
but sounds like you're amenable. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else, so that's what I would suggest that we do. So we'll, clerks would need anything further in terms of extending past 5. Okay, could I get a motion then to break at 5:30 and return at 6:15?
Yeah, I can move that motion.
Moved, seconded by Councillor Zhou. All in favor? I can make sure I have hands. Yeah, that's Councillor. Okay, that carries. Thank you, Council. Okay, I'm going to keep working through our speakers. Speaker number 21, Isabel Rodriguez Rojas. Sorry. Welcome, Isabel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, council members. My name is Isabel, and I am a Grandview Woodland resident. I am here today to speak in support of the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan because I believe it is crucial that we focus on preventing instead of just reacting to traffic accidents and fatalities. This motion particularly speaks to me because of a recent cycling accident I had while riding on one of the many streets I deem unsafe for cyclists in this city, which resulted in breaking 2 bones and being unable to walk for several weeks. While I was lucky not to have any other major injuries other than a broken leg, I've still felt a strong negative toll on my physical and mental health as well as other impacts on my everyday life, and I wouldn't wish a similar fate onto anyone else. This is why I strongly encourage you to support this comprehensive plan that prioritizes the safety of all citizens above the desires of just a few road users. Since becoming a crutches and wheelchair user in the past couple months, I've often had to navigate infrastructure that doesn't consider the needs of myself and other mobility aid users. I constantly find myself having to race short traffic lights, often having less than 13 seconds to cross really long streets on my crutches. And this is why I particularly encourage revising traffic signal timing, implementing leading pedestrian intervals, and investing in pedestrian infrastructure such as raised crosswalks and continuous sidewalks. Despite my accident, I am still eager to get back on my bike one day. Cycling provides a great feeling of freedom and allows many of us to explore, especially those who can't use a car for whichever reason. Additionally, safer infrastructure such as protected bike lanes and lower speed limits can help traffic congestion by getting people to use alternative modes of transportation such as cycling. If you are against this motion, I urge you to consider, is making a few vehicles go faster really worth risking people's lives? I believe cities should be built for people, not just cars. We all just want to live in a city that makes us feel visible and safe, and improving this infrastructure can make a huge difference for a lot of us, especially those of us who sometimes can feel invisible in the streets. I hope you can empathize and see the value of transforming our streets into spaces we are happy to navigate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for addressing council. Our next speaker is speaker number 22, Chloe Leslie. Okay, not on the line. Okay, speaker number 23, Caitlin Stockwell.
My name is Caitlin Stockwell. I'm a Vancouver resident and a cyclist. Like many of the speakers you'll hear from today, I've had several near misses on my bike in Vancouver with cars over the years, whether that be a car turning at an intersection where cars are crossing bike lanes to park or change lanes or pulling out of a driveway. My partner also makes up one of the 90,000 Vancouverites who were injured in a traffic collision on their bike last year. I'm heavily invested in the safety of my family, friends, neighbors, and colleagues who bike, walk, and drive in the city, as I know council is as well.
Today, I'm speaking in support of the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan and urge Council to approve the plan to reduce traffic fatalities and serious injuries in this city. The fact that more than 130 people lost their lives and over 90,000 were injured in motor vehicle crashes on Vancouver streets between 2015 and 2024 is deeply sobering, particularly because many of these tragedies could have been prevented through the way we design, build, and manage our transportation networks. The positive news, as outlined in the report, is that these tragedies are not inevitable. Through thoughtful street design, safer speeds, improved infrastructure, and enforcement, we can significantly reduce serious injuries and fatalities and move toward a future where no one is killed on Vancouver's roads. Today, Council has an opportunity to approve a tangible, evidence-based plan for getting us to that future. The goal of zero fatalities is not an abstract policy objective. It is about ensuring more people make it home safely to their families at the end of the day. Encouragingly, we've already seen success when changes to transit system design, as recommended in the plan, have been implemented in parts of Vancouver. For example, when steps were taken in 2017 to make the Broad Pacific intersection a protected intersection, we saw a 95% reduction in conflicts between motor vehicles and people walking or cycling, and a 44% reduction in conflicts between motor vehicles. I think it's also important to highlight who is most at risk if we fail to act and accept preventable harm. As identified in the report, older Vancouverites, people 65 and up, represent 39% of traffic fatalities, though they represent just 17% of the population. Children are especially vulnerable because of their size, their developing judgment, and the fact that they travel during peak traffic hours. A city that is safe for seniors and children is a city that is safe for everyone. We should not accept preventable injuries and deaths at the price of getting around Vancouver. In summary, this Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan provides Vancouver with a literal roadmap for road safety. It contains 20 near-term actions backed by evidence, a 2-year accountability review, an achievable target of 5% reduction in fatalities per year, reaching zero by 2050. As a cyclist, a Vancouver resident, and someone who wants my loved ones to be safe on our streets, I urge Council to approve this plan and take another important step toward a city where no one loses their life simply trying to get where they need to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 24, Ellen Liu. Nope. Nope. No speaker. 24.
Can I go?
Oh, sorry.
Can I go?
Right, standing there. My apologies. Go right ahead.
Okay.
Thought you were going to be on the phone.
Oh, okay.
My apologies.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Ellen Liu. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I strongly support the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan. I believe that no one should ever get injured for going from point A to point B. Tragedies can and must be averted through systematic safe street design and policies like reduced speed limits and speed enforcement. Speed is a top contributing factor to fatal crashes around the world and here in Vancouver. How can we say that the risk of a serious injury or death is just the cost of doing business? While not all collisions can be avoided, lowering the speed limit will reduce the severity of impact, thus reducing the amount of money spent on healthcare-related costs for transport injuries in BC every year. Currently, Vancouver has a higher traffic fatality rate than Montreal and Toronto. I love living in Vancouver, and I want to see Vancouver be on the right track as a leader in safe and efficient transportation. One thing that stuck out to me in the report was the Burrard Bridge data. I bike through the Burrard Street and Pacific Boulevard intersection on a regular basis, and I cannot imagine that it was once the second highest collision location in the entire city. A 95% reduction in vehicle and pedestrian conflicts was achieved at this intersection through good design, which included wider sidewalks, new protected bike lanes, and protected intersection for all road users. Knowing that safe bike lanes existed was what inspired me to start cycling in the first place. We have done it before, and we can do it again everywhere in the city, not just in the downtown peninsula. The strategies and near-term actions in this report are based on clear precedent and data and balanced against the needs to keep our city functioning while ensuring our streets are safe for everyone. It was prepared according to council direction, and I cannot see a reason not to enact these proposals. I strongly urge you all to vote to approve this plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for addressing council. Next speaker is Bharat Gupta.
Hi. Good morning, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Bharat. I'm a Vancouver resident, an avid cyclist, and a volunteer with Hub Cycling. I'm here to speak in strong support of the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan put forward by Councillor Lucy Maloney. Over the years, I've had friends and fellow cyclists injured while simply trying to get to work or to see their families. These are people choosing a healthy, sustainable way to move around the city, yet they are too often forced into dangerous situations by streets that still prioritize speed over safety. I come from a family of doctors, and I've seen the toll motor vehicles collision take on vulnerable people, especially pedestrians, cyclists, and older adults. These are not just accidents. These are preventable events that leave deep scars on families and our healthcare system. Biking down downtown East Side and East Vancouver, I've seen firsthand how some communities carry a heavy burden of unsafe streets. Many people there rely on walking or cycling, but face higher risks and fewer protections. A safe mobility plan must work for those who are most exposed. Through my work with Hub Cycling, I've also seen that when cities build protected bike lanes, lower speeds, and safer crossings, more people feel comfortable walking and biking around. Safer design leads to fewer serious injuries and deaths, and to a healthier, more connected communities. Vision Zero is not an anti-car. It is pro-safety. It accepts that people make mistakes and insists that our streets be designed so that those mistakes are not fatal. I respectfully urge you to adopt and fully fund the Vision Zero Safety Mobility Plan and to move quickly, especially in the neighborhoods most at risk. Every delay means more people hurt on our roads who didn't need to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Next speaker is speaker number 26, Iona Bonamy. She's on the line. Let's give her a minute.
Hi, sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Iona Bonamy, and my Chinese name is Tosi Wing. I'm speaking in support of the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan. I'd like to clarify that I'm speaking on behalf of myself, who is a concerned parent, and who walks, bikes, and uses transit with my family often, and drives when needed. I'm also speaking as a transportation planner who's been working in this field for 20 years, 6 of which were with the city. I want to first thank city staff for putting together this plan. It's well researched, and staff spent considerable effort in gathering input from many different partner organizations and interest holders when developing the plan. There are many meaningful actions included in the plan that would help improve safety in Vancouver. I particularly support delivering a quick build pilot to improve safety on Hastings Street, which, as others have said, has been a very deadly corridor in the province for a number of years. Reducing the speed limit on local and major streets is also a smart move. As you've heard from staff already, many cities, including New York City and Washington, D.C., have done it. Not only have they seen significantly fewer car crashes, fatalities, and injuries, they've also experienced less congestion as there are fewer emergencies causing traffic jams. And when reduced speed limits are paired with transit priority measures, it can mean bus speeds are maintained and bus reliability is improved. As a transportation planner and as a parent, I also support expanding the neighborhood traffic calming program. In neighborhoods where traffic calming plans have been implemented, speeds and volumes have dropped, making it much safer, more comfortable for kids, seniors, and families to walk, roll, or bike to school, to the park, or to the library. Currently, the city is only able to work on 1 or 2 neighborhood traffic calming plans per year. But in speaking with residents across the city, I know there is demand for more plans to be done sooner rather than later. So an expansion of the program would be welcomed by many. Lastly, I want to mention how effective the School After Travel program, which I've been involved in at our local school for a number of years, has been. We've implemented several initiatives, and amongst the most popular has been our School Street, which is a road next to our school that's closed off to vehicles and open up to kids and families to play during pickup and drop-off periods. This year, with the support of the city, we've been able to have School Street every school day. It's been a great addition to the neighborhood, helping to bring people together and build community. Even on rainy days, you can see kids and families gathering and playing on the street. We need to have more school streets across the city to improve safety and provide people with more opportunities to connect with their neighbors. So in conclusion, I strongly encourage you to approve this plan. Not only will it help make our streets safer, it will also create a more vibrant and welcoming city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Speaker number 27, Robert Alder.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 28, Nathan Davidovich.
Hello, Chair and members of council. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Nathan.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Yes, I mean, everybody supports the plan. I mean, Toronto had their Vision Zero plan 10 years ago. And, but the problem is the implementation, and we need consistent implementation, not just in Vancouver, but in all the cities in BC, and that's the job of the BC government and ICBC that does some of the funding, and unless we get consistent implementation, not much will happen. ICBC, I looked through their website on the road safety, and I can't see the word Vision Zero. The website is out of date or whatever, And so that's one of the problems, and the Ministry of Transportation has to, be consistent, and so that's one of the main problems. And whatever Vancouver does, if the other cities in the province don't follow or have a consistent way of doing the mobility plan, then we're not going to succeed overall, because, I mean, maybe Vancouver will get lower fatality rate, but, you have to look at the overall region and the province, and you need a coordinated plan. And, as Vision Zero was saying, that car crashes all over the province is about 100 people per year, and that could be avoided if we have proper mitigation measures. The road design and so forth, and so we have to speak to the provincial government, the Ministry of Public Safety and so forth, to get ICBC to increase their grants to Vancouver and other cities to do more proper independent studies and not just sit down and basically they've done very little over the past 10 or years or even more. But City Council too could do certain things, like we don't have a transportation committee to meet and discuss all these issues in more details. Discussing these at the City Council is just not enough time, yeah.
Nathan, I did have to interrupt you there because that's your time.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for...
Thank you, Nathan. Our next speaker, 29, Cord Corsese. And just before you go ahead, just a reminder to speakers in chambers and those waiting online, again, to pace yourselves. We do have simultaneous interpretation, and so just to slow it down a little bit, please. Go ahead, Cord.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, my name is Cord Cortese, and I am speaking in strong support of the Vision Zero plan as a resident of East Vancouver. Vision Zero isn't just like a aspirational goal. It is something that is achievable and has been achieved in places like Helsinki and Oslo in the Nordics. And there's no reason that Vancouver can't match those cities. No one deserves to die while driving to their kid's soccer game, while walking to work, while waiting for a bus, or while biking to the grocery store. But the status quo is unfortunately that people do die in all of those situations. I don't currently own a car, And whenever a road change gets proposed that negatively impacts drivers, businesses often show concerns. But as someone without a car, there's entire areas of the city of Vancouver that I just don't go because there's not very convenient ways to access them. Transit's either slow and stuck in traffic, there's no safe bike route that I'm aware of, and walking is long or uncomfortable just because it doesn't feel safe to walk on a multi-lane arterial road with a narrow sidewalk. It's definitely not safe to bike there, and if the bus is stuck in traffic, it's not worth my time. So in one of those cases, they're losing out things because there is no safe access for active transportation. When I was learning to drive too, there is a lot of road designs that feel like I'm going to kill somebody while driving, like say a slip lane where you turn left and it's designed for speed. I distinctly remember nearly getting into a crash because I simply did not see another driver. So Vision Zero is not just something that helps people walking, biking, but it also can save drivers' lives. My dad in the 80s was in a car crash, which messed up his ankle for most of my childhood. And that's not something that other families should have to deal with. So I urge you, Council, to please set a strong precedent for Vancouver's future to cement a legacy as a forward-thinking council that saves lives by passing this plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Speaker number 30, Kim Dela Cruz.
Hello.
Go ahead, Kim.
Thank you. My name is Kim Dela Cruz. I'm a pedestrian, cyclist, and transit user. I live near Campion, King Edward. I support the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan. Our streets need to prioritize people and not cars. I should not have to put my safety at risk simply because I'm crossing the street or choosing to cycle. People walking, rolling, or cycling should not be forced to compete with increasingly large and powerful vehicles. Cities should be designed for people. I urge Council to approve the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan and help make Vancouver safer for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is speaker number 31, Taylor Westermark Curran. You have Taylor on the line? Okay. This is 31 isn't on the, or 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. Correct. No, okay. Speaker number 39, Daria Bereznov.
Hello, can you hear me?
Is that Daria?
Yes, that's Daria.
Okay, go ahead, Daria.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Daria Bereznova. I live in Vancouver, and I'd like to speak in support of the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan today. As a lifelong pedestrian, I was very happy to hear that this plan was up for discussion, and I urge Council to pass it as soon as possible so we can get started creating safer streets right away. Let me tell you a little bit why this matters to me as a pedestrian. I live in Mount Pleasant, which is considered to be a very walkable neighborhood. I can't drive, and even if I could, I can't afford a car, so I rely on walking, biking, and transit to get to work, to see family and friends, to get groceries, and generally to experience life. However, even in our walkable neighborhood, I've already had a whole slew of unsafe road encounters. There's an intersection just a block from my house where my partner and I nearly get hit at least once a week because cars don't see the stop sign and they don't stop. Crossing at Kingsway and East Broadway is always a race against time and speeding drivers and people turning right on red. And I'm not the only one who's experienced this. I've seen cars speed, go through stop signs, and stop in the middle of crosswalks. I've had cars run me off the road while I'm biking, and I've also collided with bikes as a pedestrian who are using the sidewalks to avoid the roads, and I don't blame them. So many of the measures in this plan, from lowering speeds to building a safer road and cycling network, would help make these encounters safer. I was really hopeful hearing the measures presented in this plan because I'm far from the only pedestrian affected. My neighborhood is full of folks who would benefit from this, from elders who need more time to cross, folks who are using mobility aids or pushing carts or strollers, kids who are harder to spot from large vehicles, people walking their dogs at all hours of the day, and cyclists of all skill levels. The thing is, we're all pedestrians at least some of the time, and we all deserve to be safe when we choose to walk or cycle in our city. I urge you to please pass this plan because road safety can't and shouldn't wait. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. I'm just going to go back to the list. I have, I understand, speaker number 34, Colby Parsons, on the line. We have Colby. If not, I'm going to. I'll do my best there. Can Colby Parsons? We have Colby. I'm happy to move advance to the other speaker who I know is on the line. Okay, we're going to go to speaker number 37, Malcolm Said.
Me?
Yes, Malcolm, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Again, pace yourself. We have simultaneous interpretation going on. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Hi, my name is Malcolm. I live in the East Van area near Commercial. And this area, it's pretty common for people to bike to the grocery store. There's not a lot of parking near the grocery stores, and there's a lot of residential areas around. And so it's pretty common for people to bike along Victoria Drive to get to the grocery store. And the city has noticed this. And there's lots of pedestrian crossings, and the street is labeled 30 kilometers an hour. But unfortunately, many drivers don't respect this rule. Many drivers will go 50 as I'm biking to the grocery store, simply just because the street's wide and it seems natural to do so. Commercial is only a block away and is a very accessible, easy to get to arterial road that has a convenience. For many drivers, it makes sense to use Victoria Drive as sort of a faster shortcut to get through the neighborhood instead of as like a local road where you might stop and visit a store. And so I believe that Vancouver's Safe Streets Plan is necessary to ensure that drivers and cars are able to sort of respect the spirit of city planning the city has set out. The city's already designated this as a road for cars to drive 30 kilometers an hour, and it should be pretty feasible for pedestrians to cross easily and for cyclists to coexist with cars. But unfortunately, because of this nature, even if I'm biking at 30 kilometers an hour, cars will still be trying to pass me, and there's parked cars, and so I can't pull to the side for them to get around me. And I believe that with a more comprehensive plan, any matter of traffic calming, right, so curb extensions, speed bumps near public parks, speed bumps near crosswalks, etc., these could all improve these streets as streets that are more friendly to cyclists and pedestrians. And so I believe that a more comprehensive strategy, not just speed limit changes, are necessary to make sure that Vancouver can be a safe place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Speaker number 38, Tessa Rowland.
Not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 40, Michelle Scar.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 41, Paolo Zucchi.
No.
Speaker number 42, Mihai Sirste.
Hello?
Hi. Go ahead. You have 3
Hi,
minutes
you
to
can hear
address
me?
council.
Great, thanks. I'll be quick because I'm at work. Last year in Vancouver, there were 16 people killed in motor vehicle crashes, and 12 of those are pedestrians. That's the highest number, at least in the last 15 years. So this is a council that prides itself on public safety. I think this is maybe the biggest public safety issue of our time. I obviously support the plan, and This has gone through numerous stakeholders. Everyone's on board. Public's on board. Stakeholders on board. Council asked for it. It's gonna save lives. Please support it. Thank you.
Thanks very much for calling in this afternoon. Speaker number 43, Rhiannon Fox.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great, thanks. I'm a resident of Vancouver, a homeowner, and the mother of 2 young children. I'm also a driver, a cyclist, a pedestrian, and a transit rider. I volunteer with Vision Zero, and I work for the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. And while both those organizations support this plan, I'm speaking on my own behalf today. On February 20th of this year, I had the opportunity to attend a workshop at City Hall on the plan that's before you today. It was really exciting to hear from and talk with city staff about some of the great ideas for making our streets safer for everyone. It's always inspiring to be in a room full of people who care passionately about improving our city. But in a cruel stroke of irony, on my ride home from City Hall that day, I was hit by a driver who tried to illegally overtake me in an intersection, just half a block from my house, in a neighborhood with no bike routes and no traffic calming infrastructure. I was thrown to the ground and suffered a badly broken wrist, along with an assortment of soft tissue injuries. I had to take off several weeks of work, and for almost 2 months, I struggled to do most basic tasks, including caring for my children. Thanks so much to those of you on council and city staff who reached out to me. Following that crash, your concern meant a great deal to me. 3.5 months on, my life is still significantly impacted. I can't pull a Peter Waldkirch and serenade you today with my banjo because I still can't play it. Rock climbing is something we've gotten into as a family. My older child just turned 13 in February and was so excited to be able to belay me on climbs. But I can't climb, so we still haven't gotten to do that. Pain still wakes me up several times a week, and I'm at increased lifetime risk for arthritis. My mental health has suffered too. Since my crash, despite being a very experienced cyclist, I ride my bike far less often because I'm scared anytime there's a car behind me. When my kids walk to the bus stop on their way to school, I obsessively check their locations on my phone to make sure they're still moving, to make sure they haven't been hit by a driver. Because I'm afraid to ride, I now drive more often, contributing to the congestion plaguing our streets. And I'm one of the lucky ones. This type of crash rarely makes the news. If you've heard about my crash at all, it's only because I'm an outspoken advocate who intentionally reached out to media. I hope my story has moved you, but what I really want you to take away from this is that, other than the fact that I was on my way home from a Vision Zero workshop, there's nothing that's really unique about my story. My injuries were not unique. My street is not uniquely dangerous. Every single day, an average of 24 people are injured on our streets. Many of these are classified as minor injuries, but so was mine, and even these are life-changing, not to mention costly to our healthcare system and our economy. An average of 13 people are killed on our streets every year, and far more are very seriously injured. It doesn't have to be this way. The plan before you today includes many tools that we know dramatically reduce injuries and save lives in and outside of cars. These are the kinds of changes that could have prevented my injuries, and they're the kind that can prevent the next one. The injuries and deaths on our streets are a choice. Other municipal leaders around the world have made different choices, and you can too. Please, for the sake of my family, my neighbors, and everyone who uses our streets, vote yes on this plan today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhiannon, for calling in today. Our next speaker is speaker for number 44, Aman Chandy.
Speaker 44 is not on the line.
Speaker number 45, Sam.
Good afternoon.
Sam, just before you get started, are you a resident of Vancouver?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Sam, and I'm speaking to you today in support of this Vision Zero plan. I'm actually walking right now, so this plan really applies to me. I walk everywhere, I bike everywhere, I bus everywhere, and everywhere I go, all I always fear is getting hit by a car because the driver is not paying attention. Maybe they're looking on their phone, or they're distracted by somebody out on the street. And I think this Vision Zero plan is going to be a great step for pedestrians, for cyclists, and for transit users. But I really think that it is also a win for drivers as well. Lowering speed will not increase congestion. Lowering speed will help save lives. And I really urge council members to vote in support of this plan that city staff have worked tirelessly and engaged with stakeholders to come up with this plan for you today. I really thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for calling in this afternoon. Speaker number 46, Nathan Hawkins.
Hi, Council.
Hi, Nathan. Can you confirm you're a resident of Vancouver?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I think a lot of people talked about the data and the professional advice and who knows how many hours of work that went into this plan. So I'll leave their testimony to it. But I just want to talk about the personal side of a world with safe streets and Vision Zero, which is I've been in a car crash, and literally every single person I know in Vancouver has either been in a car crash themselves or had a close family member in a car crash. And that's a really dystopian view of where we are today. These are things that are scary. They are life-altering experiences. They change our behavior afterwards. To be honest, most car crashes probably increase the amount of drivers on the road and cause more traffic congestion and delay because people are afraid of being in another car crash again and actually getting injured themselves, so they need to protect themselves with the car. And this isn't the way our world needs to be. I think Council has a really great opportunity here to push forward a transformative change and a vision for how life in the city could be, how life for our friends and our family could be, and especially for how the lives of our children and the elders in our society could be, because they're the most at risk. They're the most fatalities and serious injuries right now, and I think they deserve better. So I really hope you all support and vote to approve this plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Nathan. We can do one more speaker before the dinner break. Speaker number 47, Annette Riley. Do we have Annette? Not, I'm going to move to Keegan Doyle. Go ahead, Annette. Sorry, we're going to go ahead with Annette. She's apparently available.
I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking in support of this motion. When I first moved into Vancouver, I actually didn't own a bike, but I was dating someone who didn't own a car, and he biked everywhere. And coming from outside of the city, I thought that this was, a little bit of a revelation to me. I quickly learned that Vancouver's a fantastic city to get around by bike, beautiful one. So I bought one, and I started getting to work and going around on my bike. And I discovered our gorgeous city from a completely different perspective, but I also discovered something else. I discovered a sense of vulnerability that I hadn't experienced while traveling before. When you're in your car, you're surrounded by the steel, by the airbags. You have all these safety features, but on a bike, it's you, it's your helmet, and your ability to pay attention. You become really acutely aware of every car door that might suddenly open in front of you, a driver that might not see you. All these small mistakes that could have very serious consequences. And as a newer cyclist, it was a huge learning curve, and it was eye-opening. But it became even more real when my husband suggested that we get a bike chariot for our youngest daughter. My maternal anxiety just immediately spiked, and it was one thing to take on that risk for myself, but to put my child on the road with me, that was scary. And that made me think that it taught me something very important, not so much about me, but about the system, that fear exists, that stops people from getting out there on their bikes or possibly walking. Now, today my daughter's older. She rides with me on the seat on my bike, but I'm always more alert when she's with me. Because, truly, there will always be some risk when we travel, but there's a difference between unavoidable risk and preventable risk. And I think this is what I appreciate so much about Vision Zero. It's about humans being able to make mistakes, but the transportation system should be designed with that reality in mind. It should not require human perfection in order for people to survive. I think this zero fatality goal is ambitious, but I think it's the right goal. I think even one traffic death is too many. And then, of course, some people have touched on it. The first responders, they're stretched too thin. And if we have this goal in mind, it's only going to benefit those first responders, our firefighters, our paramedics, our police, the emergency departments. So I think that we really should be thinking serious about this so that parents like me can be comfortable letting their kids ride their bike in this city, and think about our responsibility to eliminate as much preventable risk as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Annette. So council, members of the public, and those listening online, we will recess until 6:15. If you're rejoining us, please dial in just a few minutes in before 6:15. Thank you. Sorry. Council, if you wish, we could extend to hear the one speaker in chambers, but we do have multiple speakers waiting on the line as well after dinner. So if you'd like to, so just give me one moment. Yep. So that's been moved, is to hear the one remaining speaker in council chambers. That's seconded. All in favor? I don't see hands, folks. I just need hands. Thanks. That carries. And so is Keegan Doyle?
Of Vancouver.
Thank you, Keegan. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm a resident of Vancouver and have been a resident for 33 years. I'll be very brief. I want to speak strongly in favor of the motion. I'll just draw attention to a statistic in it, and that is that 17% of the population of the city are senior citizens, yet 40% of the traffic fatalities are senior citizens. 2 people have died just in my neighborhood crossing the street in the past year. So it's not the kind of city we want to live in. We want to live in one that's safe for people of all ages, and that's all I've got. Okay.
My mic's off. Thank you for that, and waiting over a couple of different meetings now. Okay, with that, council, we will recess until 6:15, and then we'll continue at that time. Thank you.
Hi, Elise. Can you hear us in the chamber?
Yes, we like normal.
Hey, Elise. Can you hear us in the chamber?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep. Great.
Staff, members of the public. We're going to continue, move back to our speakers list. There's a few speakers that have joined us on the line. Speaker number 10, Stanley Lee. I just
you can use the super shotgun or
Stanley,
whatever you
could you
want
just
to kill
Stanley?
the sectors in the blood
Stanley?
by just going around to the different sections over here. Okay, this side is cleared out. Now the other side. We'll lower this down and explore this side now.
Folks, could we just
Radiation suit comes in real handy for this
mute
blood
for
here,
1
as
second?
it hurts a
Sorry,
lot.
Chair, we've got speaker
And that's
number
all the
1 here.
sectors, so we'll ride this.
Okay, hang on. We're just gonna just Councillor Maloney, put you down as on a point of information, or
Yeah, thank you. We've got speaker number 1 in chambers.
okay. Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Just speaker number 10. Could you just let them know that we'll come back to them in a moment, and we'll just get the sound sorted out there. Okay, speaker number 1, Margie Sanderson. Go ahead, Margie. And please, just a note, I've been mentioned this before, we have simultaneous interpretation. So if you could please pace yourself when speaking. And you still have 3 minutes, though, noting that.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Margie Sanderson. I'm the Director of Organizing at Vision Zero Vancouver, and I'm here today to urge each of you to vote in full support of the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan as written. I also want to acknowledge that there are many supporters who signed up to speak and won't be able to make their slots, as we've already heard, because of the delayed discussion. But I know there are many people trying to support this plan today. This plan sets Vancouver on the path to eliminate traffic fatalities by 2050. In the span of just one generation, we have the opportunity to give our children a safer world, one where the deaths of our neighbors on our roads is no longer commonplace, no longer an acceptable fact of life. I am here today fighting for that future, for my child, for yours, and for all who we have lost on our roads. Steve Hinn, age 23. Ryan Sabat, 18. Ocean, 1. Dana O, 18. Josh Ritberg, age unknown. Augustine Beltran, 28. Tamara Francis Redman, 37. Johnny Suds, 75. Mark Jubinville, age unknown. Anthony McGuinn, 27. And more than 90,000 others who have been injured or killed on City of Vancouver roads in the last decade. I am not here today because I don't like cars, or because I like bikes, or because I want to make your life harder. I am here because I like people. I love my family. I want them to stay alive, and I want the same for yours too. The tools to make our roads safer are sitting before us, and it is in your power to use them. They are evidence-based, cost-effective, and will save lives. Slower speed limits, physical traffic calming, automated enforcement, bus priority. The data is unequivocal. Physics works the same across the world. These measures work. The plan uses the Vision Zero Safe Systems approach as a framework. Those 5 systems work together, and the city will not be able to achieve its Vision Zero goal should council choose to amend or remove any one of them. The opportunity before you today is very clear, and the consequence of delay, of amendment, rethinking, further study, those consequences will be paid in human lives. I hope you will vote accordingly and support the plan in full. Thank you.
Thanks very much for coming in person. I'm going to go back to speaker number 10, Stanley Lee. And Stanley, if you're on the line and can hear me, can you please confirm that you're a resident of Vancouver?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Stanley, you have 3 minutes, and again, we have simultaneous interpretation. So please speak slowly.
All right, so good evening. Thank you, Council,
I don't know how many of you are on the line or in the chamber because I can't see from the cameras, but I believe I didn't state a position on my speech because I believe it's a mixed bag. First of all, I want to applaud the team for doing a good job at putting together the comprehensive report. That being said, I don't really know how much of it is within city jurisdiction versus the provinces. Also, I also don't see a whole lot of. I know speed kills. That being said, the cost involved in changing out all the street signs to lower the speed limits, I don't think there's a whole lot of transparency on the estimates. Furthermore, I am very disappointed to not see the studies on scooters or even e-bikes or normal bikes resorting to traveling on sidewalks rather than avoiding the dangerous roads. I do understand that they are going onto the sidewalks to protect themselves, but that's also leaving pedestrians at risk. So I am pretty upset on not seeing anything mentioned in that report because even though you might argue that this is out of scope, pedestrians are also part of so-called Vision Zero. So, but then again, I don't really know how much of this will be enacted or whether it will be enacted before or even after the election. So that's why I think this is a mixed bag, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Council, moving on to speaker number 11, Hakon Coyote.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. My name's Hawken Coyote, and I'm calling in support of the Vision Zero plan. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm also an air ambulance pilot based here who moves people all over the province. And part of my job could be paid for. Part of my salary is paid from the $500 million that is spent every year on preventable injuries and deaths that happen on our roads. And as a first responder, as someone who sees the really violent impacts of crashes that happen on roads across the province, I am really, really excited to see finally some common sense solutions being brought forward to council here. Many of you may remember at some point in your term, can't remember if it was last year or 2 years ago, there was an aircraft that was taking off right downtown, a seaplane, and they hit a boat in the harbor, and luckily everyone on that aircraft survived. But imagine if they didn't. And imagine if that happened every year. And everybody knew it was going to happen, and we didn't do anything about it. We didn't go out and try and figure out why that it happened, what the factors were, how people had figured, what mistakes were made, what rules, things, anything that needed to change. We just thought, this is the cost of doing business. So, this is, to me, is the most exciting thing about this report, is that we're finally going to start looking at car crashes and investigating them and trying to figure out what are the root causes here. And as an aviation professional, as a first responder, this is what has made it so that it's so safe when you get on an airplane, and it remains really dangerous when you walk down the street or get in a car. or ride your bike. So I strongly urge you to vote in support, and I am really, really happy and thankful for all of the hard work that has been done to develop this plan, and it's really, really important. Please vote in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in this evening. Speaker number 19, Alex Yafenge.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, councillors. My name is Alex. I'm currently living in Burnaby, but I travel to Vancouver almost every day, and I lived in the Point Grey neighborhood for 5 years before moving away in 2024. I am speaking today to support the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan because this is a deeply personal issue for me. In 2012, my grandmother was crossing the street near the SFU bus loop where she was hit and run over by a vehicle. She was taken to the hospital in serious condition where she spent over a month in intensive care. This incident left her mentally disabled and permanently paralyzed on the left side of her body. She was unable to talk, unable to communicate, unable to take care of herself, and she was forced to live the rest of her life in a care home. I was 12 years old at the time, and in the blink of an eye, my grandma went from a strong, independent woman who I looked up to someone who I wasn't even sure could recognize me anymore. 2 years later, in 2014, the city installed new speed bumps and crosswalks in the area where my grandma was hit. I can't help but think that if the new infrastructure was there when my grandma crossed the street that day, things would have ended up very differently. Hearing stories from other people, including some upper speakers today, confirm that stories like my grandmother's are way too common. These stories are from people who have been failed by our policies and public infrastructure, and as a result have been left injured, scarred for life, or killed. The safety measures presented in this plan will make it much safer for everyone who uses our street, and may even have saved my grandma from the fate she experienced. Unfortunately, it is too late for her, but it is not too late to save others from a similar fate in the future. Councillors, I'm asking you to think of these people whose lives are in your hands and pass the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in this evening. Moving on to speaker number 33.
Hello, can you hear me?
Beth Walker, yes, we can hear you, Beth. Go ahead.
Brilliant, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I live in Vancouver, near Granville, which is one of the big streets, and see both delightful, safe infrastructure on my way to work, and then some quite dangerous, scary places as well, traveling from there across to West Point Grey area. And as I get around the city going east or over to North Van, sometimes it is quite daunting, and you do feel somewhat endangered as a smaller vehicle on the road, as a cyclist, or as even a pedestrian on the sidewalk. The Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan would make people feel a lot more comfortable and reduce the serious harm that unfortunately takes place on our roads on a far too frequent basis. What I like about this plan compared to other ones I've seen back in my home country of New Zealand is that it's very holistic in its approach. It does account for a lot of things that are often missed, and one of those is the idea of providing support to get people using this new infrastructure when it's there. Because I know sometimes there's this concern that people will not make use of the faster transit or make use of the safe cycleways. People who often are not practiced at using that kind of mode of transportation think that nobody uses it. I never see anyone in there. Sometimes that's because it's a very, very efficient form of transportation and only takes up a very small amount on the road when you're traveling along via bike, scooter, walking, or any other micro-mobility device. While in a car, you take up a big section of the road, so you quickly pile up and create a traffic jam. but people whiz by in the micro-mobility cycle lanes. So sometimes, people don't see them just because they've already moved past. But this plan really brings a holistic approach to support people to think, or maybe who think maybe I do want to try cycling to work, or people who maybe haven't even considered it yet, are given that opportunity and some inspiration through the programs that are going to come alongside this to help get people using this transit. So I ask you to support this plan. As someone who has seen numerous in the space of urban planning and urban development, I think it's really great in its holistic approach. So please vote to adopt it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for calling in this evening. Moving to speaker number 34, Colby Parsons.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Colby.
Hi, I'm Colby, and I'm speaking in favor of the proposal. I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm a fairly recent resident of Vancouver. I moved here back in April 2024 from Kitchener, Ontario. But I'm no stranger to road safety or the lack thereof. When I was in high school, my friend Matthew's father commuted to work by bike, and in grade 12, he was struck by a car and killed during his commute. Just last week, I saw a GoFundMe for an acquaintance from when I was younger who was struck by a car 2 weeks ago, and he required a leg amputation. These two collisions in question happened in Hamilton, Ontario, where I grew up. But looking at them critically, they tell a story that is oft repeated in cities across Canada that lack road safety reports. I commute to work here exclusively by bike. I'm fortunate to have flexible work hours, so I commute in at 6:30 in the morning and commute back at 3 just to avoid peak rush hours for my own safety. Despite this, I've been in one collision myself since moving here and have had many close calls. Many of the close calls I experience would not happen if we enact elements of this proposal. Also, as a pedestrian, I often see or experience close calls during my crossings of intersections, and I believe that some of the parts of the proposal, such as the treatment of right turns on red lights, the raised intersections and raised crosswalks, are all elements that would help kind of manage traffic around intersections and avoid many of these close calls that I see with pedestrians. Talking a little bit on collisions, to me, it's kind of funny that we often call it an accident when a collision occurs. Yes, it is most often accidental when a motor vehicle and another party collide, but these outcomes are largely decided by how our roads condition driver behavior. The way we choose to continue to shape and build a road infrastructure is anything but accidental. It is decidedly not accidental to vote against or water down this proposal. There's evidence presented both in literature and this proposal that these collisions and the corresponding injuries and deaths are preventable. Councillors, I implore you to please take the first step towards prevention by voting in support. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much for calling in this evening. Our next speaker is speaker number 36, Micah Goldberg.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. And hi, other members of council who are here tonight. My name's Micah. I live in Strathcona. I'm calling in also to support the Vision Zero plan. I'm not much of an activist or a politician. I'm a car owner in Vancouver. I'm a homeowner who hopes, the 11 of you, assuming all of you were here would vote for something today to make the city a bit safer. Calling because of my experience day to day living beside Strathcona Elementary, and I see sort of a microcosm of what's described in the report: drivers who are driving too fast and ignoring stop signs and crosswalks, and there's kids in our community who walk to or from school with their parents who I feel are probably in more danger than they should be, and I think that this report addresses that. I see how calm parts of my neighborhood are, like Union Street and Kiefer Street, and there's traffic calming in place and road infrastructure in place. So I see how safe Vancouver can be, and I'm hoping that all of our neighborhoods can replicate what I see as the best of my own community. The report that's in Appendix A of the report in front of you makes the point with statistics that I don't have, which is that traffic deaths and injuries aren't inevitable. We can design our roads just like we do on Union Street, for example, in a way that makes it much more difficult for pedestrians to get killed. And I don't see that Councillor Kirby-Young is there. She had some good questions, I thought, last week, reflecting on this tension between congestion and the goal of efficiently moving people and goods around the city. and maybe an overly cautious approach to road safety. I appreciate that, and I experience congestion when I'm driving, and also when I'm on my bike or even walking around. I understand that there is a need to make sure that contractors can get to work on time and essential workers can move around the city. I get that, but I think the stakes on this are quite high, and I think in terms of slowing people down even just a little bit, I don't know that it will necessarily contribute significantly to congestion. And frankly, even if it did, I just think the balance needs to be focused on the relative level of danger to pedestrians and how safe I think things could be. When I have traveled abroad, I've been able to see roads designed for pedestrian safety, and I know that different cities are set up differently, but I think that even if we do implement some of the measures that are sought in this report, we could have folks who can safely navigate their streets without, triple checking to see if someone might run a stop sign or a red light or is just going too fast, and we can still get people moving around the city efficiently and quickly. I just want that sort of environment that I've seen abroad here in Vancouver too. I don't think it's a utopia. I think it's just a proper set of guidelines that can put lives first and safety first. So I just want to finish off really quickly with one. Oh, sorry, am I out of time?
Yeah, you're just a little bit over time.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you for calling in, though. Thank you. Just before I consult with the clerks about speakers online, I just want to confirm, is there anyone in the gallery here that was on the speakers list that didn't speak before the dinner break? No registered speakers here? I'm not seeing anyone jump up. Okay. Clerks, do we have any other speakers on the line?
No further speakers on the line.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Council, that concludes our speakers list for this item. Can I get a motion to move the recommendations? Moved by Councillor Maloney, seconded by Councillor Zhou. And that brings us into debate. So councillors, please put yourself on the queue for discussion and debate. Don't jump all at once. Okay, I don't see anyone on the queue. Okay. Okay, there we go. Councillor Meisner, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I appreciate all the work the staff has done on this report. And thank you for bringing it back to council. I did vote in favor of bringing this report back, and I truly believe that we need a balanced approach that advances transportation and traffic safety in Vancouver while supporting mobility in all of its forms, reducing congestion and maintaining the efficient movement of people, goods, transit, and emergency services. And I think we just heard a bit of that from our last speaker. I did send in an amendment now. So if you could take us to the amendment queue, please, Chair.
Yes, I will move you to amendment queue. Just add yourself back on. Go ahead, Councillor Meisner.
Thanks very much, Chair. So while I support the broader objectives of improving road safety and creating safer streets for all users, there is one aspect of this report back that I'm not prepared to support, and that is the reductions proposed to speed limits on major streets, which would change the speed limit on major streets from 50 kilometers down to 40 kilometers as proposed in this report. These are streets like Boundary Road, Clark Drive, Knight Street, Granville Main Street, streets that serve as a critical transportation function, moving people, goods, and transit service, as well as emergency services through our city. I want to be clear that this amendment does not reject the Vision Zero plan. As I mentioned, I vote in support of this report coming back to council. It just removes one specific near-term action that I have discomfort with, and that is reducing the speed limit on major streets. I don't want to see broad speed reductions to major streets at this time in Vancouver, and I strongly believe that council should continue to work to prioritize targeted and data-driven solutions at locations with the highest risks and the greatest opportunity to improve outcomes. So that's my amendment, and
I'll need a seconder.
Need a seconder.
Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Clausen. Sorry, I may have interrupted your comments. Okay. Councillor Maloney, go ahead to the amendment.
Chair, I have a point of privilege, if I might. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, the screen that I'm viewing, which I recognize may not be the public feed, is showing, sorry, is showing people in about 16 versions of the translator. It appears to be a corrupted screen.
Okay. Noted. I'll consult with the clerks about getting, just give us a moment. We're just going to take a 3-minute recess. I'm going to consult with the clerks and see if we can get this fixed. Thank you, Council, and we'll come back to you, Councillor Maloney.
Chair, while you take the 3-minute recess, it's Councillor Bly. I don't see the amendment in my inbox. I'm not sure if it was emailed, but just want to flag.
Yes, Councillor Bly, it was sent at 6:38 p.m. 6:38 p.m.
Okay, I don't have it. Perhaps just can be resent, please. Thank you.
Yep, the clerks will resend it to Councillor Bly, and Councillor Kirby-Young will address the tech issues. We'll take a 3-minute recess, Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will be able to proceed despite some of the screen glitch there. Clerks, is there anything more I need to say on that? We're good? Okay, so councillors, just if you could put your videos on, I will go back to Councillor Maloney to the amendment. Councillor Maloney?
Thank you. I want to be very clear. This amendment guts the central pillar of the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan. It is disgraceful. It is an election year amendment. I feared that this would happen. I hoped that it wouldn't. But exactly what I was most worried about has happened, and I'm incredibly disappointed. Speed reductions on selected major roads, that is the data-driven solution. We've heard from staff that there is no doubt that reductions in speed result in saved lives. We spend, in BC alone, only on healthcare, over $500 million a year on healthcare costs of motor vehicle crashes alone. We've heard that it's good for business. We've heard it's good for encouraging mode share. I really can't express strongly enough how angry I am about this amendment. Thank you to staff for your excellent work on this report. Thank you to all the public speakers that showed up even after a week delay and made time in their day to try and get this through unamended. And thank you to the hundreds of people who wrote into the Mayor and Council in support of this plan. I didn't see a single email in opposition. There is no doubt that reducing speed saves lives. If we want people to choose modes of transport other than driving, we need to make them feel safe. We heard from staff that the worst 90% of casualty crashes and deaths happen on the major roads network, which is why the central pillar of this plan is to reduce speeds on selected roads on the major roads network. We often hear from the majority on council all the things that the city is already doing, that they've voted in favour of, but I would like to just take a little walk down memory lane. In addition to this, ABC as a party has voted against bike lanes on Broadway, ripped out the Stanley Park bike lane, moved an amendment to refer intersection safety cameras, a motion by Councillor Boyle, away for endless consultation and analysis, and it's disappeared. That would have got us 100 more speed and red light cameras at the most dangerous intersections of the city. They've moved an amendment to refer Halloween Safe Streets motion away for endless consultation and analysis. They voted against reducing Cornwall Avenue speed limits from to 30, instead compromising at 40. And since then, casualty crashes and deaths have happened on that road. They've also voted for an austerity budget that laid off essential road safety staff and gave us less money for the capital plan to put in traffic calming and road safety infrastructure. We heard from staff that with more money, we can move road safety improvements along. I'm disgusted at this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Orr to the amendment.
Yeah, I too won't be supporting this amendment. I'm not as prepared as my colleague, Councillor Maloney, for this. It's really sort of blindsided me. And thanks for the reminders of all the record of things this council has done. Really disappointing. And as Councillor Maloney said, the whole point of Vision Zero is that we follow the evidence about what saves lives. If council starts by taking one of the most effective safety tools off the table, before staff have even had a chance to assess where it's appropriate, we're putting ideology ahead of data. No one is proposing arbitrary speed reductions everywhere. Staff are looking at locations where lower speeds could prevent serious injuries and death. I think it says 3 downtown, 3 commercial high streets. And they're looking at places where people are already driving that slow anyways, like downtown, people are already driving that slow just because of the congestion. As so many people said, we know that even a small reduction in vehicle speed dramatically increases a pedestrian's chance of surviving a collision. When we talk about balancing safety with vehicle throughput, I just think we should be clear about our priorities. We're talking about a few seconds of travel time to the equivalent of a human life. Like, what are we doing here? On streets like East Hastings, where pedestrians are struck at an alarming rate, we should be willing to use every evidence-based tool available, including lower speed limits where appropriate. I don't see how you can say I support Vision Zero and then this is your First Amendment right off the bat. It's mind-boggling, and I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. Councillor Bly to the amendment.
Thank you. Windsor, Sudbury, Hamilton, Kitchener, Halifax, Ottawa, Montreal, Toronto, Chilliwack. Did I say Edmonton? Edmonton, Victoria, Calgary. These are all Canadian cities that have taken this approach. They have studied it, they have piloted it, they have the data to support it. So I think we need to recognize that this isn't Vancouver going at something alone. This is becoming the new standard because the data supports it. In most major cities of similar size, many, as I've already mentioned, across the country, have already adopted it. The data, and again, it's because the data supports it. So I appreciate that might feel like a big shift for if we just look locally here in Vancouver, but it's actually becoming the new standard. So I don't support the amendment because I think it's not rooted in the data at all. And I'd like to be part of the move of Canadian cities across the country that are supporting if the goal really is Vision Zero, then this is what the data is showing us we need to do. So, yeah, I don't support this at all.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. If people can bear with me because my voice is obviously not strong right now. I do support evidence-based policy. I will note that the city is currently undertaking a detailed collision analysis that I think is would be an excellent foundation for making, excuse me, will be an excellent foundation for making future decisions. I don't think that there is any one panacea to supporting safety on our streets, regardless of people's mode of travel. I think that we've heard things like road design, for example, things like meeting pedestrian intervals having significant impact. For example, things like enforcement, which we know we are quite honestly lacking in with our current existing situation. Things like broader legislation that can affect more expeditiously changes, not just in Vancouver, but across the province. But I hear a lot of statements made about a lot of deeply concerning accidents, but we don't have the collision analysis yet. And when asking staff for that data, I don't see it reflected in this report. And I do think that we should be making evidence-based policy because that results in real results and real impact here. When you look at a lot of the trends over the years, our mode share improved for a bit, but has remained relatively stable. There's a number of factors that play into people choosing different alternatives, and that is everything from road design to how we build communities and if they have daily goods and daily needs close at home. So I do think that council has a very broad role to play, both on some of the pieces that I mentioned around road design and that, but around housing, about building complete communities and so on. But I really would like to see more of the detailed collision analysis data as opposed to some of sort of the broad statements that have been made here specifically so that council can make some informed decisions. For me, that is always results in good policy. And I feel at this point that the data is lacking and has not yet been presented wholesomely to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Maloney, you have just under 2 minutes.
Thank you. It blows my mind that my council colleagues are calling for detailed collision analysis data when we know that physics works the same way all over the world. We heard that from many speakers. We are making evidence-based policy by adopting this report without watering it down. I forgot, I just wanted to add another item to the list of things that this the majority party has voted against. You also voted down the West End Waterfront Plan, except for the one part that decreased safety and increased motor vehicle throughput. And I'd like to use the rest of my time just talking about, I have 2 teenage children who are sports cyclists. When my son leaves home every morning, I tell him to be careful at the intersections. Every morning. Teenagers don't have the same level of experience and judgment that an older person has. But they do have the right to travel around our city without getting injured or killed. And I'm gobsmacked that I think people who know children, care for children, have children, would vote down selected speed reductions of 10 kilometres an hour on the major road network. It's really inexcusable given the evidence we've been given. We don't need detailed collision analysis data on every intersection where there have already been crashes. We know what works. We just need to do it. And I'm sorry that there is not the political will at this crucial time on this council, by the looks of it, to do this. I would love to be pleasantly surprised that the majority on council doesn't vote as a block on this, but I fear
Councillor
for the
Maloney,
worst.
you're over
Thanks.
time now. Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, I'll move to a vote. If you're online, please have your video enabled. Thank you. Clerks, I'll take a vote assist in favor, please, of the amendment.
Chair, I need to correct that. It went in favor and I'm in opposition.
Okay, noted. The clerks will address that. Okay, thanks, Council. That the amendment passes with Councillor Bly, Councillor Orr, and Councillor Maloney in opposition. We are moving back to the main queue to the amended report or recommendations. Councillor Meisner. Thank you. Councillor Orr.
Sorry, just collecting my thoughts here. I suppose I still support most of the things in the report. It's kind of confusing to vote for this now, but as somebody who's been hit multiple times as a pedestrian and cyclist, who's lost friends, who's witnessed fatal accidents on Hastings Street. It's really difficult to support this report now now that it is being amended. Yeah, I just don't know how you sit and listen to those speakers who waited multiple days with multiple technical difficulties, sift through, I don't know, 300, 400 emails all in support of this, and then decide to do that amendment. I know we're not speaking to the amendment, but I'm just still just gathering my thoughts. But yeah, so I will support the rest of the report because there's so much amazing stuff in it, but very disappointed. Thanks, that's all my comments.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. To the amended report.
Just a point of procedure, I guess. I would like to sever the part. I don't know if I can, if it's possible to sever the part that's been amended.
I will consult with the clerks. Typically, we've been able to sever. I'll have just to look at the framing of that, and then just give me a moment. Thanks. Councillor Maloney. Are you wishing to sever all the amended portions, or just A or B or part of? Can you give us some just clarity, so just for the benefit of all of us?
Well, all the bits in red in Councillor Meisner's amendment, I want to sever and vote against.
Okay, everything in red. That was
Yep.
part of the amendment. Okay. Okay. So
sorry, could I clarify? I'm so incensed, I'm having trouble thinking clearly. So I want to sever
it might help just to note that the amendment passed, and so the amended portion of A was adopted, as was B. You could, the clerk's correct me if I'm wrong, you could sever B or sever A, but not portions of like the sentences within that.
Yep, righto. I will sever A and B.
Okay. Okay, duly noted. Did you have any further comments on the report?
I'll speak after you. How about that?
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, just bear with me for a moment. Oh, I'll have to see the chair to Deputy Mayor, or
Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
yeah, no, thank you. Yes, thank you. I just want to offer a couple of comments, appreciating the importance of this issue. First of all, I want to thank staff and for the work on this. I actually was really impressed with the comprehensive nature that you took with this in renewing the Vision Zero framework for the city. Not new, but and appreciating that there was a direction that council supported and looking at that. And that what I saw in that is that it was very comprehensive and multi-pronged. And from my perspective, largely struck a balance that we're looking for in the city. I also want to thank the speakers. Many of you are still here, and appreciating this has run over several days, and those of you maybe still listening. And I didn't prepare any formal remarks, but suffice it to say, what is coming before us is comprehensive. It is, in my estimation, a very good framework to guide us into the future. I think if you were to ask anyone at this table about the importance of road safety, I think collectively, you can each talk to each one of us individually, that we all care deeply about this. And I suspect many have, almost probably everyone around the table has a personal experience, whether it be themselves firsthand. And we heard from a number of speakers about their own lived experience. My brother was struck in an intersection as a 9-year-old, and it had a very significant impact on him and our family. And so I want to acknowledge the seriousness of this and what we're trying to achieve. And when I say it is a multi-pronged strategy, is that there is more than one tool in the toolbox to address safety on our streets. And so I wanted to name that because I think it's an important consideration in all of this. I also wanted to reflect that there's actually a lot of really great work that has taken place in the city. And I appreciate that my colleagues may have differing views on some of this work, but I just want to share a few things that actually have been undertaken over the course of this term. When we were dealing with the midterm capital update just under 2 years ago, we received some provincial money and we made a significant update in there, and I think it's to the tune of $5 million, but somebody will correct me, to put more investment into street design, into LPIs, into safer crossings. And that was very intentional on the part of this council. The other pieces of work that we have undertaken, because I think it's important to name these things, is collectively we agreed to move to the 30 kilometers an hour on minor streets without center lines. So largely around, a lot of these are around our residential areas, around our schools, around our parks. Last year, we expanded our school slow zones, 14 schools along 12 corridors in 2025. and 10 more planned for this year. We've added traffic calming measures across a number of neighborhoods. And in fact, it was the previous council and continued by this council that put in place a neighborhood traffic planning program again, guided by the fact that we were hearing from residents and constituents about the importance of these issues, but wanting to have a say and be involved in that. We've also advanced a number of pieces, including extended further almost 6 kilometers of new protected bike lanes in the capital program, 59 new LPIs, additional marked crosswalks, 37 of them, which includes 4 locations with rapid flashing beacons. So there is a very intentional focus on the part of our engineering teams, our staff, our planning department, as well as this council, to put in place measures to ensure pedestrian and cyclist safety in the city. And I think it's really important to stress that. And getting close to my time, I will be wholeheartedly supporting the report in its entirety. I think it's a very important and very good piece of work that's been done here. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I'll take back the chair.
Welcome.
Councillor Maloney, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me time to get my thoughts together. I am going to vote against this because there's no point severing it. The recommendation was that Council approve the Vision Zero Safe Mobility Plan as outlined in this report and presented in Appendix A. So now that the amendment has been adopted by the majority, it has taken out the most effective thing from this report to reduce crashes where they mostly occur, which is on major roads. So again, incredibly disappointing, absolutely the wrong thing to do. I'm hoping we get a chance very soon to remedy this and adopt the excellent plan unaltered. So I will be voting against this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. I'll take us to a vote then. Again, councillors online, please have your video enabled. Again, you are voting on the amended report. Clerks, I'll take a vote in favor, please. Oh, sorry, severing. You saw, or no, there's no more severing. No more severing. So just if you could vote online. And I'll take a vote in favor, please.
Sorry, Chair. I had expected that we were severing.
Okay.
Based on the request.
Councillor Bly, Councillor Maloney indicated she no longer wanted severing. She indicated she would just no longer wanted severing.
Okay, well, can we sever A, please?
We're in the middle of the vote.
I appreciate that, but that was not clear until after the vote was called. And even as a chair, you went back and thought that there was severing and then there's not. So it was definitely was not clear.
No, there was
so I'd like to sever A.
Okay, council, with the will of council, we'll suspend this vote and we'll have to start again. So can I just get clarity? So we were severing A and voting on A separately?
That's correct from my perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council, voting on A. And just A at this time. I'll take a vote in favor, please.
Yeah, point of privilege. Can we see A on the screen, please?
Yes, we will get that up on screen.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think. Can everybody see it now? A? Okay, we're voting on A. And I'll take a vote in favor, please, clerks. Okay, council. Councillor Meisner, you have not voted. Okay, council. That passes with Councillor Bly and Councillor Maloney in opposition. Okay, moving to B. Is that correct, clerks? Okay. Now we're going to vote on B. I will take a vote in favor, please. And we just need your vote, Councillor Bly.
I see that there is, right, part of the amended language, so apologies, I actually am opposition of this one as well.
Okay.
It was part of the original amendment.
Okay. Okay, noted. And that passes with Councillor Bly, Councillor Orr, and Councillor Maloney in opposition. Okay, thank you, Council. That concludes report 3. Thank you, speakers. We are going to just give staff a moment to clear chambers, and then we'll move on to our next item. Thank you, staff. Okay, we are now moving on to item 5, proposed amendments to the election bylaw. Before we begin this item, does anyone have a conflict of interest to declare? Okay, hearing none. This item does not have a team member presentation. Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. So please put yourself on the queue if you have questions. Councillor Orr, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, just a few questions about this. What does our inventory of assisted voting devices look like? And how many of each do we have? And what amount of staff do we have to deploy them?
Councillor Jason Twa, City Clerk, Chief Election Officer. Our assisted ballot marking devices that we have, is that what you're referring to? Yes, we have one currently. Yes, we have one, but we do lease that equipment. So we have one currently leased for the upcoming election.
You lease it. I'm sorry, you're leasing it from someone, or you?
Yeah, we lease it from a provider.
Oh, okay. The report notes infrequent historical use of assisted voting devices. How are we classifying infrequent? What sort of numbers is the city using to support that claim?
So we had 2 devices available in 2022. We had 0 users in 2022 for that device, for those devices. In 2018, we had 2 devices. We had 2 users who voted on those devices. And in 2014, we had 2 devices and we had 10 users who voted.
And for the records, is this approach consistent with the City of Vancouver accessibility strategy?
Yes, we've. Jessica, do you want to?
So, Jessica Yee, Deputy Chief Election Officer. The approach is aligned with the accessibility strategy. The election office is also being upgraded to be fully accessible, including a new entrance ramp and a universal accessible washroom, so voters using the device may do so in an accessible environment.
All right, and for the record, is this approach consistent with the BC Human Rights Code and the Accessible British Columbia Act?
Yes, the city is committed to meeting its obligation under both, and the proposed is designed to expand access for voters with disability.
And why are assisted voting devices not more widely distributed citywide and available on general voting days?
So, Councillor, we looked at this when we obviously saw the low uptake, I should say, in previous elections. We've tried to identify potential barriers, such as limited availability, lack of awareness, inconsistent training. And so that's where we've been putting our focus, is to try to address those, what we see as barriers. So in the past, for example, in 2022, we made up a video to try to bring awareness and allow people to understand how the devices were used. We still ended up with 0 uptake. This time we're attempting to expand the voting opportunities, having available for 12 days instead of 5 days of voting. We're proposing a central location that's accessible, where we'll have IT staff available to deal with any potential issues, and really trying to improve the experience that the user has. We've partnered with the CNIB to do some targeted outreach to the blind community. So that's where we've really put our efforts, is to attempt to bring that awareness and really let people know that we have these machines.
Okay, and then advocates contend that these devices aren't overly complicated nor expensive, and other cities take an approach that considers equity of ability and geography. Are these especially onerous operation considerations?
Well, we certainly want to have IT staff available in case there are problems. If we have them expanded sort of beyond to several voting areas, we are going to have staff, and we'd really probably rely on our provider to send their team out should issues arise on those machines. In terms of other communities, from what I'm aware, there are 3 other municipalities that have 1 or 2 machines available only on voting days. What the amendments to this bylaw are proposing, in fact, is that we go beyond the voting days and we make it a special opportunity vote, so that we can have 12 days rather than just the 5 voting days that are available through advanced voting in the general election day.
Thank you. That's your time as well, Councillor Orr. I just wanted us to hear the answer. Councillor Maloney, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, and I do appreciate that there are additional days, but I'm just wondering, it just strikes me that I looked it up and there are something like 107,000 people living in this city that have a lifelong disability. I'm just concerned about whether it's worth saving such a small amount of money to reduce the opportunity, because I know that disabled people often have mobility challenges. So are we talking, so it's about $1,500 for each accessible machine?
Yes, my understanding.
Staff time.
Yes, my understanding is that the provider had reduced their rates from previous election years, and it is approximately $1,500.
Yep.
It doesn't include the shipping costs, which I understand are significant as well, but the actual rental of those devices is $1,500.
All right, and then it's say a day of staff training and perhaps support from the provider. Would that be right?
Training will be more than 1 day, just because we would have to train everybody that's working at the voting place on how to use the machine. So it's a coordination, because we have so many staff in so many different voting days. So if, let's say we're adding 2 machines, we now are training an extra, I would say, last time we did the training was 1 hour, so per staff of roughly 20 staff per voting place.
Okay, and I'm aware that other cities around the world and in Canada provide those devices at every polling station.
Yeah, I don't have the stats on that. I would have to go back and report back.
I mean, I understand New York provides them at every polling station, and the City of Toronto at every one of the city's 50 polling stations on advance voting days, and 2 polling stations in each of its 25 wards on election day.
I would have to take your word for that, Councillor. I don't have the knowledge on that.
So could it be a lack of awareness or a lack of, like, clearly there's a barrier when we've got so many disabled people in the city?
Yeah, I certainly awareness is, as I mentioned, sort of one of the things we're attempting to focus on. I think that, there are also other ways and other sort of means that we have. There's, we can do the curbside voting. So for people who have mobility issues, we have curbside voting. We have voting at home for individuals who can't leave their residence. We of course have the vote by mail. We have accessible voting places. So we are attempting to find different means and ways to accommodate. And certainly having the assisted ballot machine is one of the ways that we're attempting to ensure that we can, reach those people who can't independently mark a ballot.
And what about vote privacy? Because I know that's a huge issue for disabled people, that they want to be able to independently and autonomously go to a place to vote and not have anyone else know what their vote is.
Yes, and that's certainly the purpose of these machines to enable that. We still haven't had the uptake in over the past 3 elections.
I might hop off for a minute because I think I'm going to have an amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks,
just
Chair.
noting, sorry, before we'll stop your time, Councillor Kirby-Young. Just noting to councillors that we are in questions, and then we have a little over a dozen speakers as well still before we talk about amendments. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young. We'll reset your timer.
Yeah, if we can start my timer, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, so my first question to staff is, was PDAC, the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, engaged and consulted with on our overall election strategy, including accessibility?
Yes, Councillor, they were. The election office established an election advisory committee that includes representatives from the council advisory committees, including the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, PDAC. And so we have kept PDAC representatives apprised of the plans on an ongoing basis. PDAC recommended information on how to use the device, that we provide that, how it's located, how long it takes to be made available early in the election process, and that we ensure that staff are thoroughly trained on the device.
Okay, and then you mentioned that you're hoping to support more uptake through awareness and also a longer period. So the devices, can you just reiterate for us, the devices would be available for longer than in previous elections? Is that correct?
Yes, so what I want to make very clear about the bylaw amendments is the bylaw amendments are not reflective of the number of machines or anything like that. The bylaw amendments strictly relate to including the use of assisted ballot marking devices at special voting opportunities. So if this amendment related to the machines as a special voting opportunity do not pass, then we are restricted to using these devices on the voting days. So the 4 advanced voting days and the general election days, so 5 days. What we're proposing is have it available for the special election opportunities, and then it can be available from October 3rd to October 17th. In that period will be 12 days in which the device will be available, and it will be not be restricted to just the voting days. That's what the amendment is providing.
Okay, that's very helpful. So almost a full 2 weeks, a couple days shy of a full 2 weeks, and more voting days than the general public would have. Am I reflecting that back to you correctly?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And I guess my third and sort of probably last question is, presumably you will continue to adapt your strategy based on what you see in terms of response and use of these devices with these changes? That this is not a one and done, that you would continue to evolve the strategy to try to increase participation? Is that a fair?
Yes, that's exactly right, Councillor. Obviously, after every election, we review how things went. If we see an uptick in the use of these machines, we will certainly look at expanding those machines.
Okay. And how do the other, can you just give us a little bit of color, and it might be a bit anecdotal, you may not have all the numbers, but some of the other options like curbside voting, or mail-in ballots or other options that support people that have mobility challenges or other impairments, how well taken up are those?
So in 2022, we had over 10,000 people apply for our vote by mail package. We piloted vote at home in 2022 as well, and we had about 50 applicants.
50, so people that want to comfort their homes compared to, was it 2? Sorry, I'm just scrolling through. It was 0 users in 2022 and 2 in 2018 on assisted devices.
Correct.
Okay, so we're seeing that the curbside and the mail-in are more, there's more uptake on those at this point for whatever reason.
2022 is the first year we've ever allowed all voters to use vote by mail.
Okay, thank you. This year should be interesting to see what the results are. Thank you. I appreciate the answers.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Maloney, you have about 45 seconds.
Sorry, I'll take myself off.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, we're going to move into our speakers list. So just bear with me here. We're going to start with speaker number 1, Stanley Lee. First public speaker.
Good evening again.
Yes. Hi. Go ahead,
Can
Stanley.
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm not echoing, right? Okay. I'm going to keep it short. Nice sounding gestures. Good work on the report. Although I seriously have my doubts on whether there's going to be enough money or budget for this, given the zero means zero stunt. I think all of you would probably need. I think all of you probably could use more voter suppression in order to keep your jobs, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Speaker. Sorry, we were just missing quorum there. Is that all you had to share?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry about that. Speaker number 2, Kathy Lemanis.
Speaker number 2 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 3, Romeo.
No, not on the line.
Speaker number 4, Jessica Pijot.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 5, Darlene Zidar.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 6, Prathamesh.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 7, Liam Bombay.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 8, Priya Bagri.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 9, Mahes.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 10, Zaid Kiwan.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 11, KD Sarens.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 12, Sam Carroll.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 13, Christina Figueroa.
Not on the line.
Okay, Council, that completes our speakers list. Can I get a motion moved by Councillor Clausen, seconded by Councillor Zhou? We'll move into debate and discussion. Please put yourselves on the queue. Councillor Maloney, go ahead.
Thank you. I have sent an amendment. Hopefully that's going to come through in a minute. This amendment, I think that it's such a small amount of money that I would like to see 5 locations in addition to the proposed number of voting days at the election office. So what I've sent forward is that we refer this back to staff to explore adding 4 voting locations at which voters that require the use of an assisted voting the amendment that staff take.
We are losing Councillor Maloney's audio, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bly. Can you just speak into the mic and we'll see if that helps?
Sure.
Is that better, Councillor Bly?
Hello, testing.
Yeah, it wasn't an issue of speaking into the mic. It was an issue of it cutting out completely.
Okay.
So I'll just repeat a little bit. So
go ahead.
The considerations I took into account is to optimise the geographic spread of the additional locations, to maximise accessibility, convenience and privacy for voters that require the use of an assisted voting device, and and that we focus on putting extra focus on communicating effectively to alert voters that might need an assisted voting device to that availability. I really think that, you know, other cities have these available at every voting location. And as I said, I very much appreciate that at the election office, we will have almost 2 weeks of available days, but that's just in one location. And we know that mobility challenges can be a barrier and suppress the vote, as one of our speakers did mention. So I hope that my colleagues will be open to voting in favour of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Maloney. I'll advance Councillor Kirby-Young to the amendment.
Yeah, thank you. I think I don't support referring it back to staff. I think this report makes progressive improvements to providing more opportunities to vote, both for the general public and those that are accessibly challenged. This is Council's effective last meeting until another 5 weeks from now in mid-July, and the election is only 4 months away. It is a huge effort that involves 2,200 staff across the city of Vancouver to deliver on an election plan, and we need to ensure that staff have the appropriate time to do the necessary training and implement those changes. And so I think that a delay at this point, honestly, is nonsensical with the amount of work that needs to be undertaken so that we can ensure that people have a seamless and a positive voting experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. I'm going to actually take myself off. I advance Councillor Orr. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the amendment. You know, I really think there's a bit of what's called survivor bias, where you basically only kind of focus on the successful outcomes while ignoring the failures. The fact that there was little uptake is more reason to expand, not less. And I really believe that limiting accessible voting to one location is discriminatory and should be identified as such. Accessibility, like any equity objective, is never about frequency, count, numbers, percentage. And this is why human rights exist, to protect minority classes from discrimination that is built into our systems and justified by cost, convenience, and not so many people affected. So it's not about how many people rely on this accessibility feature today, but about it being enshrined and protected for future generations. So I will be supporting the amendment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Orr. I'm going to advance Councillor Miser and then add myself to the queue for a question.
Yeah, thank you. I don't support a delay to this. The election is coming this fall, and I think that staff have presented a really thoughtful and robust plan to meet the demand and the moment. So we learned that the election office is being upgraded to being fully accessible with a new entrance ramp, universally accessible washroom, and a longer availability period. It's also quite close to City Hall. It's close to transit, and it's also, I understand, on a street where people can be dropped off, particularly if they have accessibility issues. So I'm supportive of the staff recommendations, and I won't be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. I'm just going to advance myself for a quick point of information through you. I just want to ensure I have quorum, clerks. 1, 2 online, 4. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Just a point of information through you to the city manager or deputy city manager about the feasibility of exploring this, what that would look like. I think it's important, obviously, we advance the work in preparation for the election, but could you just give me a little bit more information on from your perspective?
Sandra Singh, Deputy City Manager. My understanding is that there is some timing constraint here, as we do have to have the bylaw enacted by July 6th. I think that the city clerk could advise on the feasibility of undertaking this planning, should council direct it.
Okay, so the bylaw has to be enacted by July 6th. Did I hear that?
Yes, in order for the bylaw to be effective in terms of affecting the election, it would have to be enacted by July 6th.
Okay, okay. Thank you. And just one more question, sorry, just with the amendment, it proposes additional sites. Would that mean additional machines as well?
Yes, if there was going to be additional sites, all we would be able to do is to put them at voting sites. So it couldn't be during the special voting opportunities. It would only be able to be during the actual early voting and the election day. So we'd have to have it at those voting sites.
How many would we have to acquire?
We'd have to lease another 4, I believe, with the amendments. There was a total of 5. We have 1 right now, so 4 more.
At least another 4. Okay, thanks. I was just trying to understand that, the timing as well. Okay, I see others on the queue, so I will go ahead and advance Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Just wanted to add one more thing, just in terms of the question around timing. You know, it is getting close to the election. Appreciate that, but then we kind of do seem under the gun where there's only one. If the bylaw would have to be enacted by July 6th, that kind of seems like maybe a bit of a flaw in the process in terms of bringing this forward now. It's just, if we can't, do our due diligence here and try and expand the accessibility, but we have to do this now, or else it won't be done for the election. It's putting us in a pretty impossible position, I think. It feels like there's just like a lot of pressure just to vote for this and get this done. It's because I just don't think that. I think it's coming a bit late then, if we can't sort of go back and tweak something, or else it's completely gone. Knowing that we have not many council meetings left, I just think that's pretty confusing. So yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Orr. Councillor Montague, to the to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a point of information
Sorry,
for you.
Councillor Montague, just one moment, sorry. I need a seconder for the amendment, my apologies. You did second it? Okay, it was Councillor Orr, my apologies. Go ahead, Councillor Montague. We'll roll back your timer.
Information. Thank you. Point of information through you to staff. Just to confirm, so if someone needs assistance in voting, they can actually sign up or have a family member sign up or a friend sign up, and we will actually go to their house to help them vote. Is that correct?
Councillor, that's correct to the extent that only if they're unable to leave their residence, then that is an available option.
So if there's a significant disability, we're not discriminating here. We're actually providing a pretty white glove service to those who have a challenge getting to the voting booth.
Certainly, our goal is to attempt to accommodate all individuals who may have trouble either making it to the voting booth, not being able to leave their vehicle, requiring the ballot machine. We're taking whatever efforts we can to assist people.
Right, and the ballot machine that you're speaking of, we're actually doubling the amount of time we're using it, and how many? And remind us all again, how many uses it got in the last election?
So it had no users in the last election, and we're expanding the days in which the ballot machine's available from 5 days in 2022 to 12 days for 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to the City Clerk for answering questions. I may have a few more myself. To still have kind of bad memories from the 2025 situation with the by-election and the long queues and people struggling to cast their ballot. The recommendations in this amendment, which I'm sort of broadly supportive of, the only sort of wrinkle seems to be the time and also the placement of the equipment, I guess. So, just presumably, if necessary, to make that early July deadline, a special council meeting could be potentially called in the interim to address sort of the final recommendations that are going to be, because we're talking about a referral here, and obviously there's not much time for a referral, and there's no scheduled council meetings in the interim.
Right, it would require a special council meeting. But again, to be clear from what I said when I first spoke this evening, the amendments we're proposing do not relate to the number of ballot machines. It simply relates to allowing the ballot machines to be used for special voting opportunities. It does reference, of course, that we indicated that we were going to have one ballot machine, but that is not, we're not changing the bylaw to say we have one ballot machine. We certainly haven't tried to make it so that council is stuck and, looking at one ballot machine and only one ballot machine. The fact is, this is to allow special voting opportunities for the ballot machines. It does not put into the bylaw that you can only use one ballot machine. We're simply letting you know what we're proposing.
And the amendment specifies 4 additional locations, but are you broadly okay with the suggestion of 4 additional places?
Certainly, we will obviously take into consideration council's recommendations and their views with respect to the use of these machines.
Okay.
My point would simply be that there isn't a need to hold up the amendments for the special voting opportunities based upon the issue of the number of ballot machines.
And finally, obviously, communication is key with all of these things. We're going to have a fairly robust, and had in past years, a very robust communications plan with regards to elections.
Yes, and even particularly with respect to these ballot machines, we will be highlighting that in the voter material that goes to each voter, so that hopefully increase awareness.
Okay, again, sort of reflecting upon what happened in 2025, I'm prepared to support this, but obviously there's some mechanics in terms of being able to get this finalized before the July cutoff date. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Meisner to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to clarify now that we're having more questions and discussion around this. The amendment proposes 4 additional locations. Does that, in staff's mind, mean that we need 4 assisted voting devices? Or would it rotate among 4 locations, the one device that we understand we currently have?
I was reading the amendment as 4 additional machines. I think we start, when we start deciding to rotate it around, I think it becomes more confusing for voters as to where it's at. We then have the roaming IT teams. If we're at the election office, we know it's accessible. It's been specifically renovated to be accessible. We've got the IT teams there. We can focus on a central location, and that's sort of been the premise that we've proceeded on.
I like that approach. If we do explore this, I want to ensure that, is it even viable for us to have 4 of these machines? Do we have 4 of them currently? Can we procure them? That's what I want to know before.
We do not have 4 currently. We would obviously have to check with our supplier and ensure that we can obtain 4 more machines.
So if council supported this amendment, there is a chance you may come back and say, it would be unfortunate, obviously, but that you weren't able to procure 3 more machines. That could happen?
That's possible. I think that, we have reached out to the supplier. I think there may be some availability. We haven't confirmed it, but certainly we've sort of put that feeler out to say, hey, in case we need some additional machines.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. I have a point of information. I'll cede the chair to Councillor Kirby-Young to staff, and it's just actually a sequencing question. What I heard was that you're saying with the amendment, if the amendment passes, it has no bearing on the enactment of the bylaw and the recommendations contained in the report.
Provided council approves the amendments to the bylaw, council, in my view, could certainly refer to staff to explore the voting machine issue.
Okay, so let me just sort of step this back for a moment. You're seeking approval of the recommendations in the report today, and that to follow that in a special council meeting, we would have enact the bylaw, correct?
Correct.
But we could, right now, the amendment as proposed refers the entire thing back. You're saying staff, with direction from council, could look to having additional sites for the special ballot unit, and still pass the bylaw.
Yes, I would submit that it's critical that council passes the bylaw if they approve of those recommendations, and that the number of ballot machines is not germane to the actual bylaw amendment.
I'm bringing it up because I think the construct of the amendment, I think it needs to be amended. And and just because I'm chairing, I can't do that. But I think if council is interested in pursuing this, Councillor Maloney's proposal, I think the language needs to probably be amended so that we could pass the staff recommendations at this time, enact the bylaw, and still have this piece pursued. Again, I hope that's all making sense. But I think that's what I'm hearing in your answers. So I'm just going to leave that with Councillor Maloney and council. But I would suggest that it needs to be revised so that we can suitably deal with the recommendations today in the bylaw. And then we can also have give that direction. So I'll leave it there. And I'm going to advance Councillor Maloney, you're on the queue, followed by Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Clausen. And noting again, we're still on the amendment, and these are points of information if you're asking questions. Go ahead, Councillor Maloney.
I've got a point of information. I just wanted to clarify that I did intend that there be, in addition to the election office, that there be 4 additional machines in 4 different locations spread around the city in convenient spots, and that I'm very happy to change the wording of my amendment from being a referral to being to pass the bylaw as is today, plus in addition to for staff to investigate for the 4 additional locations for the reasons given.
Yes, I think Councillor Maloney, that would make sense. It might, and obviously the clerks can assist, but it might simply be a C, further that, But I'll leave that with you. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a similar point of information through you, Chair, to staff, which is my understanding, and hence my comments earlier, is that the amendment as proposed on the floor refers the entire report, including the proposed amendments to the election bylaw. It doesn't say pass the report and explore further options or look at additional accessibility or locations. It refers the entire report, correct? That's through you to staff, Chair?
Yes, thank you, staff.
Hence my comments that it's nonsensical because the bylaw needs to be enacted by July 6th and our next meeting is not until July 14th, and we have an election 4 months away, and there are other changes in here in addition to this one piece. So the amendment as it's written makes no sense to me, hence my comments earlier. I'll let council continue on, but it essentially stalls the entire election preparation. Or it leaves us in the same situation that we were last time because everything is halted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Clausen.
Chair, I've submitted an amendment to the amendment that I'd like to, and I think it addresses some of the things that we're talking about here.
Thank you. I'm going to move you to an amendment Q2, and I'll just add you there. Go ahead.
Yeah, it just, if we can put it up on the screen, I've just struck the referral part, but actually asking staff to explore adding 4 voting machines and essentially and report back to council as soon as possible. Again, I think it addresses generally what Councillor Maloney is asking for as a result of her concerns around this, and as well expedites it and then does not get us into kind of a procedural challenges. So again,
Okay, I'll need a second. Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Clausen, for this amendment to my amendment, and I'm very happy to support it.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone else on the queue, so with that, oh, I spoke too soon. Okay, City Manager.
Just for clarity, this would be C. It would no longer be a strike and replace. This would be a C leaving there. I just wanted to confirm that.
Correct. That's how I read that, as being an additional.
Would it be worthwhile putting a C and removing the strike and replace?
I certainly think. Clerks, can we do that? Just have it. Add as C. Okay. So just to recap for council and to those of you online, Councillor Clausen has moved an amendment. It's been seconded, and it is to amend the Councillor Maloney's original amendment, and it adds it as C Oh, so we don't have the, okay, hang on, council. We don't have the correct language on the screen, so we're just going to pause for a sec. Yeah. But while they're working through, yeah, so we are going to, Councillor Klassen's amendment strikes the referral back, adds it as a letter C to the recommendations. And again, so if you want to support this, then it would be added to the recommendations A and B, and then we would deal with A and B and C. And it would also potentially enable us to deal with the bylaw today. I hope that's clear as mud. Just making sure everybody can see that now. Okay. Councilor Maloney, you're still in the queue. Anything further? Okay. Okay. I'm going to take us to a vote. And again, you're voting on the amendment to the amendment as on you see on screen. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. I'll take us now back to Amendment Q1. And now we're dealing with the amended amendment. Hey, Councillor Klassen, you still have the floor. Do you have anything further?
Thanks.
Okay, no. Okay, in that case, I'm going to call the question. Again, councillors online, please have your video enabled. And we're just waiting for one vote. Councillor Orr. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. Now we're moving back to the main queue. Councillor Maloney, you have the floor.
I'm done. Thanks very much.
Done. Okay. Any further comments on this report? Seeing none, I'll call the question again. Now you're voting on the amended report. A, B, and C. Thank you, Council. That passes unanimously. Okay, clerks, I think that concludes that item. Okay, thank you very much. And thanks for everyone's patience. We are now going to move on to item 7, the theater rental grant allocations fall 2026, spring 2027. Confirming, does anyone have a conflict of interest? Hearing none. This item does not have a team member presentation. As a reminder, Councillor Kirby-Yung, you held this item and have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wanted to sort of flag an issue that's probably illustrative of a number of situations that we have seen come forward with some changes in the grant process. And that, for example, was some of our major organizations like Ballet BC that is receiving a reduction in funding and their ability to, and impacting their ability to utilize our civic theaters for their regular season, let alone put on additional performances. So I wonder if staff can comment, for example, if we have considered taking maybe a sort of varying approach to delineating some of our major organizations that produce consistently relative to some of the perhaps emerging or other organizations. And I say that recognizing that it was noted in this report that some of the grants by the quote sort of new or emerging organizations were not actually used and left about, I'm going from memory here, about $35,000 in the kitty. But yet at the same time, folks like Ballet BC are receiving less funding, and that would have made a huge difference to them in being able to continue to deliver on their season.
Margaret?
Margaret Whitkins, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services. I can certainly kind of emphasize that for the TRG program, there is a strong emphasis placed on providing stable support for kind of long-term users of the civic theaters. And of course, that is also balanced against other priorities around providing access to new audiences. In the case of Ballet BC, they received a very small reduction relative to last year. And that was as a result of funding fewer technical days, since the program does place an emphasis on performance and public-facing performances. And the larger gap related to their request, which was accounting for some expansion to their programming. I do think, Councillor, that you've raised an important point around how we approach the support provided to some of the long-term cultural orgs within the city. And as a follow-up to the Auditor General's recommendations on the grant program, I do see that we will be before Council early in the next Council's term to seek some feedback related to our grant program priorities, and that would be something that we would seek to confirm priority around with Council. So I do appreciate the question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young. I see no one else in the queue and we have no speakers. Okay, someone to move the motion.
I'm happy to move them and speak to them as well, if I might, Chair.
Yes, so you'll move it. Can I get a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Clausen. And thank you. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the response from staff on that. This is not a new issue, and it's something I'm hearing repeatedly from our major institutions, whether it's museums or performing arts that are using the theaters, that the shift in approach from the city is having a significant impact on them. And this is at a time when it is becoming increasingly difficult for arts organizations that are facing increasing costs and reduced sponsorship. And if we can't maintain our long-standing sort of core institutions, then I think we are in trouble as a city. And I think this is an issue that needs to be revisited and grappled with, and not just for the operating grants for, I mentioned some of the visual arts or museums, but also for some of our performing arts ones, because we are in danger of, at the same time that they're having incredible success with audiences, they're being renowned, they're bringing people out and they're filling houses, and yet they are struggling to actually deliver those performances. And it doesn't matter if it's Ballet BC or the VSO. And so I think that we need to take a sober second look at how we approach this. I'm encouraged to hear that we're going to do that next term, but that's something I'm definitely going to be looking for, because I think right now we have a challenge that we need to solve for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Clausen, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and I'll just be very brief. Just to echo what I've just heard from Councillor Kirby-Young, and I think it's sometimes just important for us to be on the record on these things. We do have a number of institutions, Ballet BC, one of them, that are incredibly, they're cornerstones of our cultural sector here, and I realize that staff have enormous pressure in terms of the choices, and so I respect the fact that they have a decision-making process that demands, has a lot of pressures on it as well. But that said, I think it is valuable for us to kind of hear from groups like this and sort of speak to how important we value them, and to really emphasize that is something that in future that we do the kind of work on this granting process with regard to the theater grants to ensure that we're absolutely getting it right. And again, this is not to say that staff didn't do a fine job this time. It's just that we do hear from certain groups, and I think it's really important for us to kind of be as thoughtful as possible, and let's see what comes in the future with those resources. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Maloney, to the recommendations.
Yeah, thanks. I think one thing's glaringly obvious, and that's that we need to increase the pool so that we can properly fund our cultural institutions, because we can be as thoughtful as we like about how to allocate the small amount of money that we have that stays the same even when costs are increasing. But an austerity budget and a failure to increase the pool of grant funding year after year, and that's what we need to fix. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. That concludes council members, so we will just move to the vote on this item. Councilors online, please enable your video. Thank you. I'm just looking for votes from, oh, there we go. Okay, thank you, council. That passes unanimously. That concludes report 7. I'm just going to suggest we take a 2-minute bio break, and then we'll come back and start with report 10. Okay, thank you, council.
Please remain on the line. We will be reconvening shortly.
That would just waiting to achieve quorum. Thank you to the councilors online. I appreciate that. 1, 2. Okay, we do have quorum now. No, do we not have? Report 10, maintaining the fairness and effectiveness of the empty homes tax. Are there any conflicts of interest to declare? Hearing none. Noting this item does not have a team member presentation, council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions of staff. Please put yourself on the queue if you have questions. And, yeah. Oh, Councillor Orr, there you go. Go ahead, Councillor Orr.
Thanks. Would this amendment incentivize owners to keep their product or housing off the market longer so they can charge higher prices and rents?
Colin Knight, General Manager of Finance and Supply Chain. There's already significant incentives in terms of costs, carrying costs that owners face. And so our assessment is that those incentives, as we've seen, will not be a barrier to housing.
Won't be a barrier. How would it, if say opposing this bylaw, how would it discourage development of duplex and multiplex housing, so long as the intended purpose of the projects is occupancy? That makes sense.
Well, I think, as noted in the report, the objective of this recommended amendment is to support housing creation by removing the barriers that might limit that.
Has there been any investigation into alternative amendments to the empty homes tax bylaw related to increased length of time before a property is deemed vacant, rather than offering exemptions to a greater swath of the housing stock?
Rob Evans, Director of Revenue Services and Tax Policy. The intent of the amendment put forward is really just to bring a fairness to the existing exemption that that is provided for developments with 5 or more units, and allow multiplexes to benefit from the same avoided risk in their projects of that, as opposed to reconsidering any other factors with the exemptions.
Right. So the primary objective is to return empty units to the market. Why are we exempting new units that have remained empty for over 6 months if we're in a sort of housing crisis?
The intent really is about not providing any additional risk factors for these small developers of small multi-unit projects, which are strongly supported by the city's policy and the provincial policy, and really just removing one more risk factor in that development decision to let more projects move forward.
Okay, and then so the 0.7 million retroactive refund is described as a minor relative to 194.5 total. But given that duplex multiplex approvals jumped from 702 to 1202 in 1 year, what is the projected annual revenue reduction as this new housing form scales up?
That's really not predictable. It really depends on how the market reacts and how things sell.
The uptake on this. Yeah. Okay, I get that. What does the city? How does the city verify that an unsold unit is genuinely on the market versus being held deliberately? Is there any sort of auditing that we do for that?
I'm just going to check if my colleague Deepak is on the line. He can speak to that.
Yeah, Deepak's here. Councillor, could you repeat the question?
How do you verify that an unsold unit is genuinely on the market versus being held deliberately? Is there any auditing?
So that's a specific criteria in the bylaw. So we do seek relevant promotional material, advertising material from the actual declarant. So that is an actual bylaw criteria that we have actually explicitly stated in the bylaw.
Okay, that's great. Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Yeah. No problem.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. And I'm going to move us to our speakers list. And so starting with our first public speaker is Noah Sarna. And I understand Noah has a presentation. Noah, can you confirm if you're a Vancouver resident or not?
I'm not a Vancouver resident anymore.
You're not. Okay, thank you. And then you do have a PowerPoint you sent in advance?
It's okay. It's very late. And so I think I'll just try to cut it down. So no need for the PowerPoint.
Okay, we do have it loaded, I believe. So I'm just...
Okay. Okay, so if you could, I'm assuming it's on the first slide. If you could move it to the second slide. Again, I'll try to be very, very quick. The point I wanted to raise is not specific to the proposed amendment. It's on another issue that deals with an exemption, a different exemption to the empty homes tax, the death exemption. So very quickly, several years ago in 2019, there was a clear intention by council to amend this exemption to clearly broaden it to deal with a scenario where there's the death of the beneficial owner rather than the owner on title. So as occasionally occurs, there could be a trust structure on the ownership of property. So for example, consider a disabled person who is left a home in a trust, and the trustee is on title, but they themselves are what's known as the beneficial owner. They're kind of the true owner. The way the city is interpreting this death exemption causes there to be, if the beneficial owner passes away, that's considered not to entitle the property to the exemption for the year or the following year, which in my mind is clearly at a step with the policy. It's also at a step with the intended change that was supposed to occur in 2019 but was never properly implemented. So again, in the interest of fairness and addressing what I think is an obvious policy issue, I believe this should be clarified in the text to be broadened, or at least be clarified, to accommodate not only the death of the registered owner, as the city interprets to being the person on title, but also the person who's the beneficial owner. So I know it's not on topic perfectly, but it deals with fairness in the EHD, and I believe it warrants serious consideration.
Okay, thanks.
And that's it.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Noah.
No, that's it. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Noah. I appreciate that. And I'll ask a question of staff after we go through the speakers list. So appreciate you bringing that to our attention.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Next speaker, number 2, is Michelle Travis. Go ahead, Michelle. Okay, Michelle Travis, are you on the line? Can you unmute if you're there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes to address council.
Okay. Yes, my name is Michelle Travis, and I'm a Vancouver resident. When the empty homes tax was first approved back in 2016, it was to ensure that housing is for homes first and investment vehicle second. The explicit mandate was to return empty or underutilized properties to use as long-term rental homes. But since 2023, council has chipped away at the policy. First, the tax rate was restricted from being increased to 5%. Then broad new exemptions were introduced for new inventory. Now we're looking at expanding exemptions again, this time for unsold duplexes and multiplexes. So the cumulative effect of that is concerning. Worse, the proposed changes would apply retroactively. The report goes on to identify a number of cases where the vacancy tax would no longer be due, totaling $700,000 in tax revenue, which means City Hall is planning to actively refund or forgive nearly $750,000 to developers for taxes that were already rightfully and legally assessed under the bylaws at the time. The proposal comes also on the heels of previous multi-million-dollar rebates handed back to the real estate sector. Since its inception, the tax has directed over $150 million into affordable housing programs across Vancouver. So these exemptions reduce future revenue from the empty homes tax and drain the financial pot legally mandated to build affordable housing. Meanwhile, the city's inventory of completed and unabsorbed units is growing, with 745 units empty at the end of 2025. The referral report highlights the vacant new inventory declarations increased from 261 units in 2024 to 597 last year, which is a significant increase. So if a regular citizen makes a bad investment or miscalculates market demand, they absorb the loss. But it seems like when developers build units during a period of slower market uptake, they come to City Hall asking to change the rules. Ordinary renters in the city daily face housing insecurity. The developers are being explicitly protected from the risks of the market. Every single time council carves out a new hole in the policy, the power of it is diluted. The empty homes tax was enacted to relieve the pressure on the rental market for people who live and work here. It's supposed to be a tool for housing accountability, not a corporate relief program. So I urge you to stand up for working people who want to be able to afford to live in the city. reject the recommendation and tell developers if they build homes in a housing crisis, they need to price them to sell or rent them out to the people who need them. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Our next speaker is speaker number 3, Josephine Christie.
Speaker 3 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 4, Ashley Shapiro.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello.
Yep, go
Hi,
ahead.
Madam Chair, councilors. I'm Ashley Shapiro. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm here to speak against the proposed expansion of the vacant new inventory exemption for multiplexes. Let me be direct. The empty homes tax was already a modest measure. In 2019, it applied to roughly 1% of Vancouver's housing stock. It generated revenue that was supposed to go towards affordable housing, but it was never a radical, meaningful tool. It did not seize a single empty unit. It did not put a roof over a single homeless person's head by itself. What it did was establish was a small cost for treating a home as a financial asset rather than a place to live. Now this council is being asked to carve out a new exemption. New multiplex units, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes can sit empty for up to 2 years after occupancy is permitted. 2 years. The developer doesn't pay anything at all, even if every unit remains dark, even if they are waiting for prices to rise, even if they would rather leave the lights off than lower rent to something a working person can actually afford. The report before you claims that this will reduce unintended barriers, but the only barrier being removed is paying a tax on an empty home that could be housing working people. Let me lay out what the real barriers to housing delivery are in Vancouver. They are not a 3% vacancy tax. They are land speculation. They are high interest rates driven by the Bank of Canada's inflation policy. They are labor shortages caused by low wages. And they are a development industry that will always prioritize a return on investment over sheltering for working people. This exemption does nothing to address any of those barriers, and what it does is it hands a subsidy to developers at the exact moment when vacancy should be penalized and not rewarded. So this is a classic pattern of socializing the costs and privatizing the profits. So when a developer takes a risk, we're all supposed to chip in with tax breaks and fast approvals. But when that developer makes a killing selling a vacant unit 2 years later at an inflated price, that profit goes straight into their profit, and not a cent goes back to the city or back to a renter who got outbid. Now, the empty homes tax could never solve the housing crisis by itself. As long as housing is a commodity, something to be bought and sold, there will always be empty units, unaffordable rents, and homelessness. So the real solution is to take housing out of the market. And that means public non-market social housing built with union labor and owned collectively. And that's not what is on the table today. What is on the table is another handout. So first, I'm asking council to vote no on expanding this exemption. Do not give developers a 2-year free pass to hold units off the market. And then bring forward a motion to strengthen the empty homes tax, not to weaken it. Triple the rate, close every loophole, and use every dollar of revenue to build public, non-market housing directly. That is all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Alex Liu.
Speaker 5 is not on the line.
Speaker number 6, JP Sauvageau.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 7, Zaid Kiwan.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 8, Sean Lerold.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 9, Gibby Cherian.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 10, Christina Figueroa.
Hello?
This is Christina?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to address council.
Cool, thank you. So good afternoon, good evening, council. I'm speaking in opposition to this item. Frankly, I find it astonishing that in the middle of a housing crisis, council is considering making it easier for housing to sit empty. And I mean, that's what this proposal does. The empty homes tax was created because Vancouver residents were tired of seeing homes treated like financial assets while people like myself struggle to find a place to live. The principle was simple. If you leave housing empty during a housing crisis, you should pay a penalty. Now we're being asked to carve out another exemption. Why? because some developers don't want to pay the tax on unsold units. Let's be clear about what that means. I mean, a developer that builds housing decides not to lower the price, decides not to rent it out, leaves it vacant, and the council's response is supposed to be, don't worry, we're exempting you from the empty homes tax. How does that help people who need housing? How does that help renters? How does that help working class Vancouverites who are being forced out of the city? It doesn't. What it does is protect developers from market pleasures. If a unit isn't selling, there are options. Lower the price, rent it out, put it into good use. Instead, we're being told that vacant housing should receive special treatment because developers face financial risks. With respect, everyone in Vancouver faces financial risks right now. Renters face financial risks every month when rent is due. Workers face financial risks when wages don't keep up with costs. Families face financial risks when they can't afford to stay in their communities. Yet somehow the people we are being asked to protect today are the people holding vacant housing. That is beyond backwards. The report says that this change is needed to support duplexes and multiplexes, but if these projects are genuinely part of the solution to the housing crisis, then the goal should be getting people into those homes, not making it easier for those homes to sit empty. Every year we hear speeches about the urgency of the housing crisis. We hear that extraordinary measures are necessary. We hear that everyone needs to do their part. If that is true, then developers should do their part too. The empty homes tax was never supposed to be a developer protection program. It was supposed to be to ensure that housing is used for housing. This amendment deeply weakens that principle. At a time when people are struggling to find affordable places to live, council should be closing loopholes, not creating new ones. I urge you to reject this proposal and send a simple message. Homes are for people, and empty homes should not receive special treatment, especially during an election year. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Speaker number 11 is Stephanie Smith.
Speaker 11 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 12, Luis Antonio Cervera Huyorques. I can't pronounce that. Sorry.
Not on the line.
Clerks, do we have anyone on the line that may have been on the speaker list?
There are no further callers on the line.
Okay. I don't see anyone in chambers. Okay. Thank you. Council, that concludes our speakers for this item. Can I get someone to move the recommendations? Moved by Councillor Clausen, seconded by Councillor Zhou. Any discussion? Councillor Maloney, go ahead.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm a bit mixed up. Can I ask questions of staff?
You can do a point of information and that will be, but that's part of your 5 minutes for debate.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks very much. This is a tricky one for me. Obviously, I want multiplexes to be built and sold and occupied. How much of an influence do you think this is, given that I see on page 3 of the report that approximately 10 cases were identified where vacant new inventory exemption declarations were submitted? Does that mean that there's very much call for this?
We're kind of getting ahead of the issue. Like the multiplex pickup is happening now. That, as you can see from the building permit, there's over 700 projects in the pipeline now, and these are going to be future ones where, if the market continues to be slow, like could take an extended period to sell the units, and they're risking exposure to this tax. And if we want to continue developers to bring forward and pursue those projects, this is one risk that we can, avoid for them. That they might get stuck being subject to this tax, as well as all those other carrying costs of not having sold their project that they've put millions of dollars into, over that time.
So, we heard from speakers that they could reduce their prices or rent them out. Why do you think that's not a solution?
Well, in the case of these small multiplex projects, the development pro formas likely never contemplated them being developed as rental projects if they had. They might have pursued other types of development. As you know, we give different, and Den can speak to it, we give different form of development or density incentives for projects that develop with as rental or with affordable rental components and other things like that. And so having to, if you build a project with the expectation that you're building something to sell into a market and the market is slow at that time, it just seems the perspective is to just it is an option for the developer to consider changing what they're going to do with the project, but moving it to rental could have tax implications for the developer, and they might have already sold part of the project, so they might have already initially sold the first unit out of the project, and now you're going to go and rent the rest, and it just doesn't seem a reasonable perspective, and that the focus of this is on making sure that developers continue to expand the supply of these much needed missing middle, low rise, small multiplex unit projects, right? That is the bigger win, is taking the single family homes and redeveloping them into 4 homes. And if they're not, if we're just trying to avoid providing any more disincentive for them to pursue those avenues, or look to instead do that in Burnaby or somewhere else.
And we already extend this to larger developers. So by not doing this, it's kind of unfair treatment to one section.
The intent of taxing underutilized homes is really the existing vacant inventory that's being held and land banked and waited. These are properties, these are developers who have gone and taken the risk to move ahead with projects and create new housing, and the purpose of the exemption is really just to align with that intent.
But so what we're trying to guard against then is actually, I'm going to run out of time and I have loads more questions. Could I call for a second round, or is that
We're not
an option?
We're not in questions, we're in debate. And
Yeah.
so I think it would require suspending the bylaw. I'll have to consult the clerks on that.
Thanks, I'd appreciate
So you'll have to give me a moment to do that. We'll stop Councillor Maloney's timer, please. So council, just take 1 minute. So I've consulted the clerks. Section 8.8 of the procedure bylaw indicates that you could move a motion to seek a 5-minute extension as part of debate. And in doing so, though, you would have to let other councillors go first. And then you could come back on to do points of information because we are in debate. So that is the option available to you with your few seconds left.
I would like to move a motion to extend by 5 minutes, please.
Okay, that's been moved. I would need a seconder. That's been seconded. All in favor? I just need to see, and for those of you online, I can't see who's voting online and how they're voting. And if you have, can I just get, so I've got 2, 3, Do we have councillors online voting? That's in support? Okay. Okay, then that carries. So Councillor,
No, Councillor Dominato?
yes.
I didn't vote. I was waiting for you to call opposed, and you did not. You only asked for those in favor. You did not ask for those opposed.
My apologies, Councillor Kirby-Young. So I'm going to do the vote again. All those in favor with a show of hands, so it's clear. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 in chambers. Those opposed, I'm sorry, one, I think Councillor Bly in favor online. And those opposed?
Opposed.
1, 2, 3 opposed. Okay, I have 3 opposed. Okay, I believe that carries. It's a simple majority. Okay, so Councillor Maloney, it was 4 opposed. Sorry, I can't see. It's still, okay, it carried. It still carried. Okay, so council, that motion does carry, but noting Councillor Maloney, you only have the 1 5-minute extension for debate, and you'll have to do points of information, but Councillor Orr does get to go ahead of you at this time. Okay, so Councillor Orr, I'm going to advance you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Also kind of on the fence about this one. I do respect the speaker's opinions on this in terms of asking for the empty homes tax to be tripled. I did move a motion on that. I did move a motion to get rid of the other loophole. I wouldn't mind if this was the only loophole because I actually do like the fact that it supports sort of the missing middle idea. And I'll read from the report. While the expansion of the vacant new inventory exemption may reduce future revenue from the empty homes tax, staff believe expanding the exemption to include smaller scale unit development is aligned with the objectives of the EHT and the city and province's broader housing objectives. So I do worry about that loss of revenue, but knowing that the empty homes tax isn't designed to generate revenue, it's a weird one. It's designed to get more homes on the market, and that's what this amendment does. So, I don't think this creates a new loophole, as some speakers said, but I do think it makes the program operate more effectively by clarifying the rules. I definitely think there's a balance to it. I do believe that we should have a stronger empty homes tax and as the speaker said, renting out their units, but these units are different. I remember Councillor Maloney and I took a tour of a small multiplex development, and I believe the developer at the time said he had to take out a mortgage on his own house just to provide this housing, which is wild. So I do like this gentle density. I think this is what we're sort of should be one of our goals in terms of providing different housing. This isn't massive towers or whatever across the city. So I'm willing to. I'm on the fence, but I'm leaning towards support. Perhaps Councillor Maloney's questions will lead me in a different direction or more strongly in the other direction. But that's where I'm sitting right now. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, I will be brief because I can do this in the allotted normal time for debate. And that is that this to me is simply providing consistency with respects to application of the rules around the empty homes tax. If we want to incent a variety of different types of housing across the spectrum, including missing middle, and this council has voted to do away with single family zoning, we now have multiplex zoning across the city, then to have policies that actually address the economic issues and challenges for higher density housing, but that don't also support missing middle in the same way, will result in an imbalance and less ability to deliver exactly that additional housing that we are wanting to see brought in as we our single family neighborhoods continue to advance and provide homes that are more attainable for more people. So for that reason, I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Maloney, and just a reminder, there's no further extensions. So these are points of information and also your time for debate. So use it wisely. Thank you.
Yes, I certainly will. Thank you very much. Through the chair, point of information to staff. So So what we're weighing up here is that this balances, although we could be delaying built multiplex or low-rise apartment buildings or whatever it is coming online, because we're giving a consistent tax break that more unit developments already have. But we're also avoiding dissuading small developers from building multiplex housing.
Yeah, like I think one of the speakers put it in the sense that the developers took that risk that they might be exposed to this tax. We're worried that developers in the future might choose not to take that risk and not move ahead with those projects. And we feel like having this rule to ensure we continue to have that pipeline of supply is really important. Then once you're bringing it in from a fairness perspective, how can you justify not having it treated the same way that the previous exemption was brought in?
Yeah, so we're not relitigating the empty homes tax or the rate of the empty homes tax. It's about making it more consistent across the different housing types.
And just reflecting the current development environment. The reality is when the empty homes tax was brought in, the idea of condos not selling immediately in various forms was like inconceivable, which is why the original exemption was brought in. And now when it was brought in in alignment with the provincial speculation vacancy tax, which limited it to 5 units, because multiplex really wasn't a huge thing. And so now it is, and we're recognizing that. We're trying to address it.
Thanks very much. All right. Well, look, I thank you to council for giving me the extra time. It's really helped me to focus my thoughts. I think that this is a benefit that is already available to larger developers, and just given the importance of multiplex housing, I mean, one of the things that I'm deeply concerned about is that we build so much of our rental housing and multi-unit housing on noisy major roads, and we really do need more affordable housing choices in quiet residential neighbourhoods, because that's where families want to live. So even though a small number of multiplex developers may need to have this avail themselves of this opportunity, I think it is really important that we keep multiplex housing in the pipeline. So I'll be voting in favour of this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Maloney. And that takes us to our vote. So please vote online. Thank you, Council. This item passes. Okay, we are now moving on to item number 11, Report 11, Auditor General Committee Recommendations Transmittal Report. Council, any conflicts of interest to declare? I'm hearing none. There is no presentation for this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions. So I don't know I can't recall who held this report, but if you did, please put yourself on the queue. Okay, I'm seeing no questions. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll move to speakers. So we have one speaker on this item, Stanley Lee. Stanley, go ahead. We have Stanley. No one put themselves on the queue for questions, so.
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Okay. Well, that concludes our speakers list. Council can move, seconded. And Councillor Maloney, we're now into debate and decision. So it's been moved and seconded.
I do not want to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Council, we'll move to a vote. Please vote online. Okay, thanks, Council. That passes unanimously. Okay, that concludes item 11. Council, we are now moving to item 12 on our agenda, CD1 rezoning 3731, 3743 West 4th Avenue and 1975 Alma Street. Are there any conflicts of interest to declare? And noting that Mayor Sim already declared a conflict of interest on this item June 2nd, 2026. Any other members of council? Okay, not noting any of that we do have a presentation and there are, we have staff here to present 9 slides. Okay, I have a motion to waive the presentation. I need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Zhou. Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Okay, I'm going to need the clerks just to count that. So I have all in favor in council chambers. I have 3 in opposed. How many do we have online in favor? We're going to do a recorded vote, council, just we're not getting a clear sign of hands. So if you are, yes.
May I ask a point of procedure? I can put myself on the queue.
Yes.
Do we actually require a vote to waive a presentation? We didn't. I'm interested to know if we have a new practice. We didn't do that last term. It was just if a councillor wanted to hear it, we did, and if not, we just carried on. So are we? Is this now our new procedure that we have to vote on waiving a presentation? Just looking for clarification.
Yeah. So my experience last term, like you, Councillor Kirby-Young, is that people, if there was a desire to see the presentation, council, it was I would say a practice that we would allow that. And so if that is the case, there are a number of members of council here that seem to want to see the presentation, then we could just view the presentation.
Look, you see it like this. Look, I changed it like this. So now what?
I think we just need somebody to mute, but very cute. So to your question, we have last term adopted the practice of viewing the presentation if one member of council wanted to view the presentation. But again, it is the purview of this new council to determine how they want to handle that.
So the procedure bylaw is silent? Is that what you're saying, Chair?
How clerks will address that question.
The bylaw allows a member of council to move a motion when no other business is on the floor, and a motion was moved and seconded to waive the presentation.
So thank you, clerks. So does that address your question, Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we'll move it to a recorded vote because unfortunately I'm not getting clear hands here. So the motion is to waive the presentation. Please vote online. That passes. We're Councillor Bly, we need your vote.
Yeah, I was just going to come on and ask for a abstention, please.
Thank you. That passes with Councillors Orr and Councillor Maloney in opposition. Okay, so now we'll move. Does the applicant wish to make a presentation?
Good evening. In the essence of time, we're not going to make a presentation, and I'll keep my comments brief other than to say we're very proud of the application. I think we found a way to address aging rental buildings in a way that's unique to Third Space, but also aligns with Council's priority. We're happy to answer any questions, and Shaughnessy Luke, our tenant relocation consultant, is on the line as well if needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, we'll move now to clerk's side. Can we move to questions at this time? Yes. We'll move to questions. Council, if you have questions, please put yourself in the queue. And actually, Councillor Orr, you originally held this item, but I don't. Oh, there you go. But Councillor Kirby-Young, you do have the floor right now.
That's a whole over here.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Orr. Go ahead.
Thanks. Just a question to the applicant. Could you sort of expand on what you just said around, the aging rental building and how you were proud of the application, and just noting that I didn't want to hear the report from staff, but I do know that you waived your presentation, but I know Third Space is generally very thoughtful on how they do things, and it's really why I wanted to hear more about the project. I think that the public deserves to know a little bit more. So if you could please just expand on this project.
Yeah, certainly. So for context, there are 3 existing buildings on site, all built in the 1940s, that are coming to the end of their useful lifespans. For reference, they are built in the same manner as leaky condos. They require extensive renovations, have fairly extensive use of hazardous materials, namely asbestos, which even just to renovate them would require evictions, or certainly kind of people moving out in the interim while we did those renovations. But, candidly, they're at a point where they're just not feasible to operate. So we've looked at this site in a number of ways. And I think, in addition to kind of tripling the rental supply on the site, we wanted to focus as owner operators on how do we maintain the tenants in the building and make sure that they're not financially encumbered during that process and able to return to a safer, greener, more resilient building. And that's why we had proposed effectively, implementing Broadway area plan tenant protections, something I don't think anybody else has done in this kind of modest increase of density. We're going from, 2/3 of the sites already have the ability to build 6 stories on them. So again, for a very modest increase in density, we're proposing tenant level protections, right? Effectively having people come back at, 30% of the building at probably 15% below CMHC average. Something that I think, wouldn't be feasible to many developers. And that's where we're certainly, in terms of addressing, what we see as our people planet, something that we're very proud of to do, and to have that come back, so I think that's the primary component. In addition, we're looking at, buildings that currently emit 23 times more greenhouse gases than an average building, right? And so for us, replacing this with an all-electric building, that is not only more sustainable, but also, provides, modern amenities like cooling, certainly seismic accessibility, elevators, those type of things. So, that or those really components are the ones that we look at, and you think, unique to Third Space, doing this again within a very modest density increase to provide those, kind of tenant protections, is something that no one else is doing in the city. So that's the pride.
That really helps, with the tenant protections and things. And I do note, so 40% of the units are 2 to 3 bedrooms. So you've also gone sort of over the 35% that would be normally mandated. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. 40% of the units, which is another, big increase. I think we have 3 2-bedrooms out of the 37 units right now. So more than 10-fold increase in family units on the site as well through this redevelopment.
No, okay, that's great. So like you did say there's 15% sort of below CMHC average. It's not mandated. It's not the 20% that we're used to seeing in the Broadway plan, but it's
That's right. Yeah, and that's just an average of existing rents, right? So again, people get to come back at their existing rents. Tenants that have been in there for longer will be even at further depths of affordability. And again, those aren't secured long term, but candidly, the project can't afford to do that. But we wanted to focus again on getting everybody back into the building and not being financially encumbered while they did that. So the risk up front to us is, having 30% of a building at below market for, an indefinite period of time.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Orr. Can I get a mover of the motion? Moved, seconded. Any discussion? Okay, seeing no one, or go to a vote. Please vote online as a recorded vote, Council. Councillor Bly? Okay. Thank you, Council. That item passes unanimously. Concludes this item, and that was item 12. We are now moving to item 14 on your agenda, and that is CD1 rezoning 2245-2283 West Broadway. Are there any conflicts of interest to disclose? Hearing none, this item also has a presentation, 7 slides. Okay, we have a motion to waive, seconded by Councillor Clausen. All in favor? All opposed? Okay. And can you tell me the votes online, please? Okay, for the councillors online, can you please tell me how you voted?
In favor, Councillor Montague.
In
Councillor
favor.
Young?
In favor.
Favor. Okay. That motion passes with Councillors Maloney and Councillor Orr in opposition. Okay. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
No, nothing at this time. I'm just here to answer questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Noting it was Councillor Fry who held this item, but Councillor Fry is absent this evening. And I don't see anyone else have any questions on this item.
Move the recommendations, Chair.
Okay. Recommendations have been moved. Seconded by Councillor Zhou. If you'd like to debate this item, please put yourself on the queue. Okay. Councillor Orr, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Sorry, yeah, so now I can't no longer ask questions to the applicant.
No, it's been moved. I did offer up. Oh, did I? I may have. Oh no, I offered up questions.
And then it was just moved. I had no time to put myself on the queue.
The next time you can just verbalize it.
Point of information.
Yes, you can do a point of information.
To through the chair to staff. Can you sort of talk about the viability here of why there's no below market on this project?
I'm going to defer that question to the development planning team who are joining us online.
It's not a development planning.
Okay, do we have staff online to address that question?
Hello, everyone. Hi, Council. This is Paul Chang, Development Planner. However, I believe the question was about the viability with respect to the lack of affordable units. I believe we have housing staff here that may be able to answer that question.
Okay, do we have housing staff available?
Thanks, Paul. It's Annie Mobiles, Assistant Director, Housing Policy and Regulation. I believe that this project was reviewed and there was a determination that the affordability wasn't possible per the kind of typical 20% of the residential floor area at a 20% discount. I don't know if there are real estate services staff online, but we do see that with projects coming through to council for consideration. Viability is challenging, and sometimes it depends on existing conditions of the site, policy constraints, potentially existing tenants. There's a whole variety of reasons. So I'm not sure specifically for this project what the specific reasons are, but I would say it's not unusual where we're seeing projects that don't have the required below market rental that we're used to seeing. Sorry if that's not a very specific answer.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question. So BMR, below market rental units, are not required on this site per the Broadway plan. So there's two options that development, or not two, but two residential options that developers can pursue, one with BMR or one just market rental housing. And so this developer chose the latter.
Okay, thanks.
Is that all your questions?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Maloney, and just a reminder, we're in debate. So if you have questions, it's a point of information. And you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'd
votes.
like to ask staff a question as a point of information through the chair. Could you tell me about the childcare that's included here and how it's guaranteed?
Thank you for your question. The childcare on the site is not guaranteed because it is a private childcare. And so that space has been secured as office space. And so per the Broadway plan, there is a requirement for office space above ground level, so at least a second level of office space. And so this applicant has proposed a childcare, but that space could be changed into a different use through the development process.
And there's nothing in the bylaw that will restrict that or to the city and ask for permission to change that use.
No, that's correct.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Seeing no one else on the queue to debate this item, we'll move to a vote. Please vote online. Thank you. This will be a recorded vote. Clerks be. Okay. Council, this will be one moment. Okay. Please proceed to the vote. Okay, thanks, Council. Are those the correct? Those are the current results. That passes. And that concludes item 14. Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff. We are now moving to item 15 on your agenda, and this is CD1 rezoning 1668 West Broadway. Does any member of council have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, hearing none. Again, this has a presentation, but again, you have the option to waive. There's a motion to waive. It's been seconded. And clerks, I need help with those voting online by hand. All in favor of waiving the presentation? Okay. Those opposed? So council, that passes with councillors Maloney and or in opposition. Would the applicant like to make a presentation? Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Wing Leung, architect. I'll waive the presentation. I'll be happy to answer questions of council.
Okay, thank you. And I'll move a bit more slowly. I did move quickly on the last item. We are now moving into questions, and Councillor Orr, you did hold this item, and you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions.
I don't have any specific questions necessarily to the applicant, but I would like maybe a bit more sort of color, so to speak, on the benefits of this, especially the community benefits. I see there's no CAC, there's no childcare like there was in the last one. So we've got 208 rental units, no below market rentals. And no community amenity contributions. Can you just give me a little bit more color into the community benefits? What kind of benefits this, other than just the rental units?
This application is as per the council adopted Broadway plan, and the Broadway plan for this particular area permits this type of development. The existing use on site is a 2-story commercial building. So our application is consistent with the Broadway plan, which council approved.
Okay, thanks. Questions for staff. Pretty much the same question in terms of, is my understanding more that the policy of sort of easing the below market was not for the east, more for the east side builds, but not the west side. Why in this case is there, in terms of the land, because of the land lift, it, wasn't substantial, but here wouldn't it be?
Councillor, my name is Andrew Misiak. I'm the rezoning planner for this project. Similar to the answer that my colleague gave previously, for this site, there's various options for redevelopment, one of which is 100% secured market rental, which this proposal is. And the other, one of the other ones is one that requires 20% below market rental. Part of the rationale, and I'll ask my colleague John to jump in here and to supplement the answer, but part of the rationale is to provide, we're seeing there's a viability for requiring below market rental, and there's a extra needed FSR in order to provide that option, as well as the reason why we have these two various options also is to provide a varied skyline as well. So just to kind of supplement that, I'll ask John to jump in and add to that.
Anything further,
thanks,
John?
Andrew.
Oh.
John Grottenberg, Special Projects and Planning. Just to expand on that a bit, as Andrew noted, this policy area has two options for rental. The option that this applicant chose to pursue that's at a lower height and density compared to the option with BMR. Partly that was in response to feedback we heard through the Broadway planning program from the public, from urban design panel, about not wanting just sort of a consistent 30+ story tower skyline along Broadway, which is what would be required for all buildings to have BMR. So we have an option with 100% market rental that is viable at a slightly lower height and density.
Thank you for that. Councillor Orr, did you have any questions?
Yeah, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. Question for the applicant. Is this likely, when is this likely to go ahead should you get the approval tonight?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
When are you proposing to start building this development? Is it something that you're going to start imminently, or is this just an approval that might take a while to get going?
I guess, given my experience with building on Broadway, and I've built 23 on Broadway over the last 40 years, and the process of securing development rezoning approval, development permit, and progressive building permit approvals, the project can probably likely start in 1.5 to 2 years' time. Okay, our client currently owns the site. Their office is on the on site, and they have left some spaces within the existing building vacant in anticipation of proceeding with the development. So that's probably as best an answer I can give you at this time.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And a question for staff. So is this one of the, I was listening to Josh White on a podcast this morning, actually, and he was talking about how some Broadway plan developments that have zero displacement will hopefully be more financially able to go ahead sooner and provide housing alternatives for people who are displaced by later projects that are less likely to go ahead soon because of the extra cost of the tenant protections. Is that right? Is this one of those?
The site has no tenants on site. So, yes.
All right. I guess, thank you.
It's all currently commercial tenants.
Yeah. So this site has no displacement. So it's more likely to provide accommodation for other people that are displaced. All right. Great. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Seeing no one else on the queue for questions, can I get someone to move the motion? Moved by Councillor Clausen, seconded by Councillor Zhou. If you wish to debate this, please put yourself on the queue. Okay, seeing no one, we'll move to a vote. Councillors online, please have your video enabled. Thank you. Thank you, Council. This item passes. Okay, that concludes item 15. We are now moving to item 18. CD1 rezoning, 1827 West 5th Avenue. Are there any conflicts of interest to disclose? Hearing none, this item does have a presentation, but you are able to waive it if you wish. I have a motion to waive. Can I get a seconder? Seconded. All in favor of waiving the presentation, please raise your hand. Clerks, please assist me with anyone online. Okay. Those opposed? Okay. That carries with Councillors Maloney and Councillor Orr in opposition. Is the applicant here and would they like to present?
Yes. I'm Ken Wong with NSTA Architects. And I have no presentation. I'm here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you and welcome. Councillor Orr, you held this item. Sorry, Councillor Maloney, were you on the queue or is that just a holdover?
That's a holdover, thanks.
Okay, so Councillor Orr, you held this item. Do you have any questions? Go ahead.
Thanks. I can't remember why I held this, to be honest. was hoping to hear the presentation. I think in general, just when we've moved to this new system where we don't have speakers, we don't have public hearings. Again, I just think the least that we can do is hear the staff presentation to give the public some peace of mind that we're not just sort of rushing through these. This is moving so fast. We're on, I don't even know why. I can't even remember why I held it. And that's on me for sure. But I just wish there was a bit of more color, a bit more sort of information that I could have to make my vote, so I could have the proper information, and that includes, a staff report, a staff presentation. I know there's the report, sorry, but I do think it's important to hear this information. But in this, for the sake of a question, just in terms of, is there displacement? Is there any existing tenants on this location?
No.
Thanks. For just in terms of the housing supply, we've had a lot of discussion around strata, and these are 37 strata units. What is the market sort of in terms of an uptick in strata? Is that correct? Is that what we're seeing? Is that generally why we're seeing more strata come to council here?
You're asking the question to me or to
I think
council?
we've.
Sorry, that was for staff.
That was for staff. So just yeah.
Thank you for the question. Casey Peters, Assistant Director with the Rezoning Center. I would say we did see a significant drop in the number of strata applications for quite some time, and perhaps we're seeing a slight uptick in the quantity coming forward, but it's still relatively low compared to the volume of rezonings that we have with the rental proposals.
Okay, thanks. Is
that all your questions, Councilor?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue for questions, can I get someone to move the motion? Moved by Councillor Zhou, seconder? I think I heard Councillor Kirby-Young, thank you. And now we're into debate. Okay, seeing no one on the queue, we'll move to a vote. And this is a recorded vote, Council. Thank you. Thank you, Council. That passes unanimously. Okay, that concludes item 18. We are now moving to item 20 on our agenda, which is CD1 rezoning 4338-4362 Canby Street. Are there any conflicts of interest to disclose? Hearing none, this item does have a presentation. I think we have somebody off mute. Okay, so we'll proceed with the presentation. Are we good with the presentation? Is that? Okay, just need a moment. Are we good with the presentation? Sorry, we're hearing someone in the background. Who is that? No, okay, maybe it was unintentional. Okay, go ahead with proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Luke Reynolds, and I'm the rezoning planner for this application considered under the Transit-Oriented Areas Rezoning Policy. The site shown in red is located mid-block along the east side of Canby Street between West 27th and West 28th Avenues. The site is zoned R11, and the surrounding areas consist of a mix of purpose-built rental and strata buildings, including mid-rise residential along Canby Street and single-detached dwellings on local streets. The site contains 2 single-detached homes and 2 existing rental tenancies. Eligible tenants are protected under the Tenant Relocation and Protection Policy. The site is located 2 blocks south of the King Edward Station with convenient bus service along Canby Street. The site has a generalized land use designation of mixed-use mid-rise in the Vancouver Official Development Plan. This designation permits mid-rise commercial, mixed-use residential apartments up to 12 stories. The proposal is consistent with the Vancouver ODP. The site is located in Tier 2 of the King Edward Station transit-oriented area. The TOA rezoning policy permits mixed-use developments up to 12 stories and an FSR of 4.0. The policy requires either strata with 20% of the floor area for social housing or rental with 20% of the floor area for BMR. Where an application does not meet one of those two options, community amenity contribution negotiation can be utilized to offset the lack of affordable housing. The applicant is proposing a 12-story mixed-use building with 101 strata units and no social housing. Commercial space is also provided at grade, and a density of 5.4 FSR and a height of 43.9 meters are proposed. During the public consultation period and two-week Q&A, 76 pieces of feedback were received. Support was expressed for the additional housing supply and the height and the density of the project, as well as the inclusion of commercial given its location along Canby Street. Concerns were related to the proposed building height being out of scale with the neighborhood, including potential shadowing and loss of views, as well as traffic and congestion concerns and fears for pedestrian safety. Regarding the building height, the proposed height of 12 stories is consistent with Tier 2 of the TOA policy. Although the proposed development does have increased perceived bulk and incremental shadowing on the immediate public realm, staff are receptive to the form of development given the large site and wide urban boulevards along Canby Street. Regarding traffic and parking concerns, the site is in close proximity to King Edward Station. The application would be required to meet the requirements of the parking bylaw, and rezoning conditions require improvements to address safety for all road users, including street improvements along Canby Street. This application is subject to negotiated community amenity contribution. Staff and the applicant team have worked closely together to align on an agreed upon outcome for the CAC. However, despite these productive negotiations, there remains a gap between the city's supported CAC position and the applicant's offer. Given current market conditions, staff have prepared a staggered approach to the voluntary cash offering to help incentivize development, which the applicant is supportive of. As such, the CAC is structured with incentives to proceed in a timely manner. If the applicant satisfies all rezoning conditions for enactment within 24 months, the CAC contribution will be $1.5 million, being the applicant's offer. However, in the event the applicant does not enact the CD1 bylaw within this period, the result will be the CAC increasing by $250,000 every 3 months thereafter to a maximum of $3.45 million, being the city's supported CAC value. Assuming the city supports CAC value, $3.6 million in development cost levies, and a public art contribution of $220,000, the total benefits would be $7.3 million. In conclusion, this proposal is generally consistent with the Vancouver ODP and TOA rezoning policy. Staff recommend approval of this application, subject to the conditions outlined in Appendix B of the report. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer any and all questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Would the applicant like to make a presentation? Do we have the applicant?
No, thank you.
No? Okay, you'll be available for questions. Councillor Orr, you held this item and you have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Very illuminating. So there is tenants on this site. That's correct? Correct. And they will not be able to return?
They will not be, no.
Are staff aware of this? Is this another sort of example where, you know, there's this inability for, you know, for the right of return to exist? Is this going to be included in the TRPP review at all?
So with this application, we've actually done an enhanced manner in which the applicant will help the tenants find suitable housing for this throughout this process, and they've already been engaging with potential members to try to find someone suitable to hire to address this, and so they'll be moving forward with that in part of this agreement.
So there is conversations with the existing tenants,
yes,
around that. For the for the TOA legislation that you described around that 20% of units of social housing is required for projects with strata units, to build up to 12 stories in tier 2. But that can be waived if, is this correct? If you do basically cash in lieu in this site with a CAC?
Thank you for the question. In general, so TOA housing policy 5.2.1b seeks to include the 20% of the floor space as social housing in tier 2 areas. However, 5.9.2 states that all other projects that don't provide that amount should follow the city's financing growth policies, which includes community amenity contributions, development cost levies, and as a result, staff have applied that to this project, and they determined an appropriate CAC value to offset that, and which the applicant is proposing for council's consideration.
Okay. There's just some comments from the public in terms of they believe there's misinformation in terms of the CAC. CAC would be required for all strata unit projects, whether with or without social housing. It's not something additional.
Correct.
So, can you square that for me? So if this was just strata, it would require CAC with or without social housing. Now there's no social housing, and it's just cash in lieu for CAC. Is the CAC much higher? Like, I'm just a little confused.
Yeah, for sure. I'll pass that to Casey here.
Thank you for the question. Casey Peters, Assistant Director, Rezoning Center. Typically, when we see the inclusionary social housing, it's targeted to take over instead of the CAC. It would be uncommon that we would see 20% social housing and a CAC.
I see.
So in this case, we're not able to achieve the social housing on site, and the CAC is been included to replace that.
Right, but the question I asked just previously, there would have been a CAC. I asked if there would be a CAC for all strata units, and then the answer was yes. But you're saying no.
So I'm saying that when we write our policies, we typically write the social housing amount to take what we would assume the cost of the CAC would be. We wouldn't anticipate that you would get something that complied with policy as well as a CAC. We may review it to make sure that we're not missing anything, but with the current market as it is, we're not finding that projects are able to deliver on the policy as it's written. So we are looking for ways to have projects move forward as Luke described.
Okay, and so there's an increase from 4 FSR within the policy to 5.3 FSR. And an increase in height from 603 meters to 711 meters. Would that not also sort of warrant an extra CAC or an extra community benefit like the social housing? We're giving extra height, we're giving extra density, and I'm not seeing the community benefits other than the CAC. Can you square that for me?
Yeah, I would say that the height and density in addition is a part of the package. So when real estate reviewed, it was taking those heights and densities into consideration. And again, I think that all is contributing to the challenge of viability with projects right now.
Okay, that's pretty much my time.
I think that's your time. Okay. I don't see anyone else in the queue for questions. Can I get someone to move the motion? Moved by Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Claassen. Any debate? If yes, please put yourself on the queue. Okay, just making space. Councillor Orr, go ahead.
Do that.
We're going to put you on the main queue though, Mr. Orr. Oh, okay. Okay, we're going to move to a vote then. Go ahead. Okay, and we're just waiting for, yep, great. Okay, Council, this item passes with Councillor Orr in opposition. Thank you very much. We are now going to move on to item 25, CD1 rezoning 1500-1580 West 3rd Avenue. Again, do we have any conflicts of interest to disclose?
Move to waive presentation.
And thank you, Councillor Montague. Well, I have a motion to waive the presentation. All those in favor of waiving the presentation?
Do you get a seconder, Chair?
Yeah, it was seconded in council.
Sorry, we can't hear that online. Thank you.
No problem. And those opposed? Okay, thank you. That carries with Councillor Maloney in opposition. Would the applicant like to make a presentation? The applicant available? Okay, I don't hear anything from the applicant. So we'll move directly into questions. Councillor Orr, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Go ahead, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. So Steph, you said that this building is conspicuously tall and out of scale, I believe. So if the Broadway plan aims for equitable housing and complete neighborhoods, how does a luxury hotel that overwhelms its low-rise neighbors contribute to that goal?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Orr. I'll just mention that this site is approved for, you can do increased height and density for hotels on this site, but it doesn't allow for residential. And I'll also mention that this site is within 600 meters of the South Granville SkyTrain station, and is in proximity to the Granville Island, as well as local beaches, and as well as the downtown. So it kind of fits within the scheme of being close to high density development and access to tourist amenities. And so staff felt the rationale would fit in this location for a site like this, a proposal such as this.
Can you talk a little bit about the tower separation? And this proposal will limit or restrict adjacent redevelopment, and adjacent parcels are unlikely to redevelop to the heights and densities anticipated by the plan?
Yes, thanks for your question. We do have development planning on the line who can speak to that.
Hi, thank you for the question. This is Michelle Alborg with Development Planning. Yeah, as far as the tower separation issues, the Broadway plan allows for industrial and office towers in this area. Because the proposal is a mid-block tower with a narrow site frontage, the adjacent sites are not large enough to create an efficient tower podium typology allowed under the Broadway plan. However, they can still develop under the base zoning.
Is there there's any sort of legal concerns? I remember there was a strata nearby, I believe it was on West 7th, where there was neighbors that wanted to do a land assembly and develop and couldn't because of the tower separation. Is legal has weighed in and find that there's no problems with this tower separation?
Yeah, so for the neighbor to the west, it's a small site. And it would be, like I said, it would not be large enough to develop under to the Broadway plan, to a rezoning, but it can develop under the base zoning. So that's not a tower typology. So the tower separation isn't an issue there. And then for the neighbor to the east, that site also would not be able to deliver an efficient tower on the site and under the office and industrial zoning. So that would also be base zoning. Now, it is possible that perhaps a hotel might come in on the east neighbor, but that might meet separation because that's a reduced separation. It's not a full 80 feet separation.
That new neighbor would have to meet the separation? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Can staff remind me, this seems like a pretty significant sort of change. This is the hotel policy again, right? So this, just to remind, just to get it on record in terms of under the new sort of ODP legislation, can you remind us why this didn't go to a public hearing? This is not a residential use. So those, in terms of the general land use, being over 50% residential would waive the public hearing, but this is not residential.
So if a application is ODP consistent and is over 50% floor area as residential, is prohibited from a public hearing. This application is ODP consistent, but is 100% commercial area, so it's subject to a referral where it could go to either a council meeting or a public hearing. Staff felt the justification for this application going to a regular council was because it was consistent with the ODP, consistent with the Broadway plan and the hotel development policy, as well as the site is an existing parking lot and doesn't have like existing residential, for example, as well as we received a lot of public support overall. So we felt that it had the case to go to a regular council instead of a public hearing, and that was how it got referred eventually to a regular council on May 19th, I believe.
Can staff remind me, or maybe
Noting that's your time, Councillor Orr. We're at 5 minutes. I see no one else on the queue for questions, so can I get someone to move the motion? Moved by Councillor Zhou, seconded by Councillor Claassen. Any debate? Please put yourself on the queue if you wish to debate this item. Okay, seeing no one, we're going to go to a vote. Please vote online. Thank you, Council. This passes with Councillor Orr in opposition. Okay, thank you, Council. That concludes item report and item 25 on our agenda. Just before we move to adjournment, I am just going to note that immediately following this, we are going to move into special council. So just don't run away, flagging that, but I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Claassen. All those in favor? Yay.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and that carries. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, staff, for being here late for this item as well. We are going to move into our special council meeting. So those of you online, please stay there for a moment. Okay. I will now convene a special council meeting of Tuesday, June 9th, 2026. This special council meeting was called by Mayor Sim under sections 2.5A and 14.5 of the procedure bylaw for the purpose of considering a bylaw entitled a bylaw to amend election bylaw number 9070. This special council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the procedure bylaw and the City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members may participate in person or by electronic means. Just a reminder, because we do have a couple of people online, that if you lose a connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you earlier today. Committee members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Video of council members speaking and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. As a reminder, in the case of an emergency requiring evacuation, there are 2 exits located beyond the glass and to the left. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits in chambers. Do not use the elevator, use the stairs instead. If you do require any assistance, please remain where you are and we will get staff to help you. A defibrillator is available outside chambers. We acknowledge that we are gathered here on the homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to them working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to recognize the immense contributions of our City of Vancouver staff who help make our city a better place and an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerks, may we have the roll call, please? Okay, are we having an audio problem? We are? Okay, we're gonna pause for a moment so we can confirm that the councillors online can hear and have audio. So council, we're gonna recess for 2 minutes while we get this sorted out.
Sure, if it helps, I can hear you just fine. I couldn't hear the clerk, so.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Montague. That's helpful. Councillor Kirby-Young, can you hear the clerks?
I cannot hear, same as Councillor Montague. I can hear you, Chair, but I cannot hear the clerks.
Okay. Maybe would it just be helpful if I went through the roll call in the interest of time? Can I do that since they can hear me? Or is it okay if I do it? I don't see why not. Or here. Okay. So we have Mayor Sim on leave. Councillor Kirby-Young present.
Present.
Myself present. Councillor Bly is absent. Councillor Fry is on an LOA. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Present. Councillor Clausen. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Zhou. Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. Okay. We have quorum. Thank you. For this item, for this meeting, we have one bylaw on the agenda for enactment. Before we begin this agenda item, are there any conflicts of interest? Hearing none, would someone like to move a motion to adopt bylaw 1, moved by Councillor Clausen? Can I get a seconder? Councillor Zhou. Council, is there any discussion on this item? I'm going to move you to the main queue, Councillor Orr. Sorry, you could just add yourself. This is for debate. Go ahead.
Just a quick point of information, Chair. When did council receive this notice of this special meeting?
Thank you, Councillor Orr. I'll turn to the clerks for that. I know it is publicly advertised, but clerks, could you just address that question?
I just have to be constantly checking my emails. All right.
Okay, hang on. Is David's mic working? Okay. So Councillor Orr, I'm advised by the clerks that the notice went out to council at 8:02 p.m.
Okay. 8:02 p.m. tonight.
Yes.
Okay. And if we were weren't checking our email, we we're supposed to find out now.
Well, I did note it earlier in the evening that we would be proceeding to a special council meeting after we dealt with the report related to this bylaw.
Oh, I missed that.
I did verbally communicate that, and also I believe it's been emailed, and it was also posted online for the public as well. I don't know when that was done, but same time. Okay.
Okay. And then just another point of information in the agenda that was sent out for this bylaw, it says bylaw number XXXX. Is that correct, or is that?
Clerks, I'll look to you to address that question.
This is what I have.
Are you referring to the online agenda?
I was given the email that you said for 8 o'clock was given. I checked it and it says, well, the top of it says the explanation, and then it scroll down, it says bylaw number XXXX. A bylaw to amend election bylaw number 9070. Is that standard? Is that correct?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Orr, we'll just take a moment to get the clerks to address that question.
I'm not trying.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. So the clerks have just advised that once the report is passed, which enables us to move to a bylaw, then the bylaw gets a number, is assigned a number. So they had to wait for the report to be passed first. Clerks, anything further to add to that? Councillor, do you have any further questions? Okay, we'll assist you. Okay, thank you for those clarifying questions. I see no one else on the queue, so we'll move to a recorded vote. I'm just gonna, it was moved and seconded. It was Councillor Zhou and Councillor Clausen, if I recall correctly. Okay. Sorry for those of you in line. We're just confirming who moved and seconded. Is that clear, clerks? We're good? Okay, we are moving to a recorded vote. Thank you, council. That passes unanimously. The
Motion
approved,
to adjourn.
just one more thing. The approved bylaw will be and can be found on the city's website. And yes, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Can I get a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Meisner. All in favor? Aye. Okay, everyone's tired. That carries. Thank you, council. Thank you to those of you joining us online. Thank you to staff and the clerks. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, staff.
Thanks, everyone.